Good day from the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center in Houston and Mission Control. You are looking at the moment at the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module on the Russian segment of the International Space Station on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment. Just out of the field of view on the opposite side of that, on the space-facing side of the Russian segment, is the Poisk module, in which two Roscosmos cosmonauts, Expedition 73 Commander Sergey Ryzhikov and Flight Engineer Alexey Zubritskiy, are suited up in their Russian Orlan spacesuits, undergoing a depressurization of the Poisk airlock, set to begin a planned 5-hour, 40-minute spacewalk, Russian EVA-64, to install experiments on the outside of the Russian segment of the station and to remove an old Canadian commercial camera system that has been aboard the station for a number of years. This spacewalk, again, the Russian Spacewalk 64, is the 276th spacewalk in support of ISS assembly maintenance and upgrades, the fourth spacewalk out of the International Space Station in 2025, the second spacewalk for Expedition 73 crew members. For Sergey Ryzhikov, a veteran cosmonaut, this will be his second spacewalk. His first totaled 6 hours and 48 minutes of spacewalking time. This will be the first spacewalk for Alexey Zubritskiy. Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy both launched aboard the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft back in April, along with NASA's Johnny Kim. They are scheduled to return to Earth on December 8th, U.S. time, December 9th, for a parachute-assisted landing on the steppe of Kazakhstan. Also involved in today's spacewalk is Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. He is inside the Nauka Multipurpose Laboratory Module, set to operate the European robotic arm. That is the arm that you see very prominent in this field of view, a 36-foot-long robotic apparatus that will be used basically as a work platform, first for Ryzhikov to install a science package called the Molecular Beam Epitaxy Science Hardware Complex on the outside of the Nauka module, and then later on it will be the work platform for Zubritskiy to jettison the camera system that he will be removing from the outside of the Zvezda service module as this planned 5-hour, 40-minute spacewalk continues. The space station at this hour is traveling 260 miles above the Earth, moving from northwest to southeast over the northwest Atlantic. All of the station systems are in good shape, and the other crew members not involved in today's spacewalk are also involved in other activities, including Zina Cardman and Kimiya Yui, NASA's Zina Cardman, and Yui from the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. Yui and Cardman will be at the controls next week when the new JAXA HTV X-1, the new cargo craft for the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, arrives at the station. It is scheduled to launch from the Tanegashima Space Center in southern Japan next Monday night. We will be providing live coverage of that launch, and it will be arriving at the station on Friday, October 24th, for an automated rendezvous where it will be robotically captured by Yui, backed up by Cardman from the cupola workstation inside the station, as they will reach out with the Canadian-built Canadarm2 to grapple the HTV-X1 and then hand the robotic chores over to robotic ground controllers, who will mechanically install and bolt into place on the Earth-facing side of the Harmony module of the International Space Station for a planned 3-month stay for that brand new cargo ship that JAXA has been working tirelessly to develop, and which is now ready for launch from Tanegashima next Monday night U.S. time. As far as the spacewalk is concerned, the two cosmonauts, Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy, suited up in their Russian Orlan suits a few hours ago. They made their way inside the Poisk module airlock, began the depressurization of that airlock in a two-step fashion about 35 to 40 minutes ago. They reported good leak checks with their Orlan suits. These are two brand new Orlan suits that were flown up on a recent Progress resupply mission by Roscosmos. They will be opening the hatch somewhere in the neighborhood of about noon Central Time, maybe about 1 p.m. Eastern Time for the start of their spacewalk. They're running a few minutes behind schedule with their preparations, but no harm, no foul as they prepare to float out into the void of space to begin their work day. This spacewalk, again, the 276th in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. In addition to the primary task of the installation of the molecular beam epitaxy experiment on the outside of the Nauka module, again, Sergey Ryzhikov will be riding at the end of the European robotic arm for that task. They will then work in tandem to remove from the Zvezda service module the high-resolution camera optical telescope. This high-resolution camera was a commercial endeavor by a Canadian entrepreneurial company that was installed during two Russian spacewalks in December of 2013 and January of 2014 by Alexey and Ryzhikov as part of that commercial endeavor. That commercial camera system has now completed its work, and so it will be removed and jettisoned later in today's spacewalk by Zubritskiy, whose feet will be planted in a foot restraint on this portable workstation at the end of the European robotic arm. It will be jettisoned retrograde from the International Space Station with no chance for recontact with the station itself as it makes its way slowly but surely to a safe distance away from the station, ultimately to burn up in the Earth's atmosphere. That camera system that will be jettisoned by Zubritskiy later in today's spacewalk weighs about 180 pounds. It is 2 feet by 4.6 feet by 2.3 feet. He will be holding on to what is called the monoblock. That's basically the case in which the camera is installed. And he will be jettisoning it retrograde from the station later today, the only item scheduled to be jettisoned during today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts will also be cleaning one of the windows on the outside of the Zvezda service module, and then at the end of the spacewalk, assuming time permits, they'll be removing an experiment cassette from the outside of the Poisk module that has housed a number of materials exposure experiments over the past several months.
Copy. And the current pressure?
008.
0.081, 0.082. Okay, let's wait another 15 minutes.
The two cosmonauts in the Airlock and the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment are in the process of breathing pure oxygen to cleanse nitrogen out of their bloodstreams. This is a common practice for all spacewalks, whether on the U.S. side or the Russian side. The procedure is designed to, again, purge the bloodstreams of the spacewalkers of any residual nitrogen and prevent any condition known as the bends or decompression sickness from occurring when they step out into the void of space. The Russian spacewalks are measured in terms of elapsed time from the moment of hatch opening on the Poisk airlock to the time of hatch closure. It's hatch opening to hatch closure to measure the elapsed time of a Russian spacewalk, unlike those conducted from the Quest airlock on the U.S. segment of the space station, whose elapsed time is measured from the time that U.S. extravehicular mobility units are placed on internal battery power until those spacewalkers are back inside the Quest airlock and begin the repressurization of the airlock itself. So we'll be waiting for confirmation from Russian flight controllers that you see there in this view from a balcony camera in the Russian Mission Control Center in the town of Korolyov outside of Moscow, who will be providing us with the official start and stop time of today's spacewalk for the record books. After Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy make their way outside of the Poisk airlock, the first order of business after opening the hatch will be for the two cosmonauts to install a protective ring around the hatch itself. This is a precautionary measure to ensure that the hatch is protected from any inadvertent strikes from particles, to maintain a pristine condition for that protective ring around the outer circumference of the hatch itself. First out of the hatch will be Zubritskiy. He'll be carrying a crew lock bag filled with tools and other items associated with the tasks on tap for today's spacewalk. He'll be followed a few minutes later by Ryzhikov. Again, Ryzhikov with one spacewalk to his credit, that having been conducted several years ago, a 6-hour, 48-minute spacewalk back in November of 2020. This will be Zubritskiy's first spacewalk of his career. During the course of today's spacewalk, we also are expecting helmet camera views from both Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy to provide us with an up-close and personal view of the work that they're doing outside of the Russian segment of the station. Again, you're looking at the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module just out of the field of view up top in this camera view from external cameras on the station is the Prishal module. That's the node module, a multi-hatched extension of Nauka, to which the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft is mated, having docked to Prishal back in April of this year. The Nauka multipurpose laboratory module with the European robotic arm attached to it was launched and arrived at the station back in 2021, was subsequently outfitted over the course of a number of spacewalks. The European robotic arm launched along with Nauka and again was activated and checked out over the course of a number of spacewalks and has been used rather continuously for operations regarding science payloads outside of the Russian segment of the station, as well as transporting cosmonauts during spacewalks hither and yon along the various work sites on the outside of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. This is a busy time aboard the International Space Station in addition to today's spacewalk. Again, next Monday night, U.S. time, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency is scheduled to launch an H-3 rocket from the Yoshinobu Launch Complex at the Tanegashima Space Center in southern Japan. That launch will carry the new HTV X-1, the X standing for exploration. That is a brand new cargo ship that JAXA has been developing over the past several years, loaded with about 4.4 tons of food and supplies and experiments for the International Space Station. The HTV X-1 will be sent on a 3-day journey to arrive at the International Space Station on Friday, October 24th, for an automated rendezvous following a number of checkout tests of the system's capabilities of that brand new cargo ship. This is the successor to the HTV, the legacy HTV, that flew 9 missions of resupply to the International Space Station from 2009 through 2020. There is another Russian spacewalk that is on tap for October 28th by Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy. That one, Russian EVA-65, will be the installation of a number of other science payloads on the outside of the station and the cleaning of other windows along the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module and relocating the control panel for the European robotic arm from one base point to another to provide more easily accessible capability for future spacewalking cosmonauts to reach that control panel. All of this activity we will continue to provide live coverage of next Monday night for the HTV X-1 launch from Tanegashima, the arrival of that new cargo ship to the station on October 24th, and the next Russian spacewalk on October 28th. Meanwhile, it's all quiet inside the Poisk module as the depressurization to vacuum of Poisk continues. We're expecting to hear more from the cosmonauts shortly as they will conduct communications and Orlan suit systems checks with the flight controllers at the Russian Mission Control Center in Korolyov outside of Moscow. Here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers on console led by Flight Director Garrett Hain, who is monitoring activities both outside the station and inside, where other work is being conducted by the other crew members of Expedition 73. To his right, at the top of your screen, is spacecraft communicator Matthew Dunn, who is talking to the expedition crew inside the station when required throughout the course of the day's activities today.
Initial position check of controls. Okay. Putting 9.1 in work. O2 flow selector off. Regulator off. Copy. All right. Regulator primary for first, secondary for EV2. Tank primary. Tank primary. Copy. Primary fan, primary vent on for EV1 and EV2.
Sergey Ryzhikov, who is the space station commander at this time, will be wearing the Orlan suit bearing the red stripes as EV1 or extravehicular crew member number 1. His spacewalking partner, Alexey Zubritskiy, is EV2. He'll be wearing the Orlan suit bearing the blue stripes today. The International Space Station is flying from northwest to southeast over the South Atlantic, just to the west of South Africa at this hour, about 260 miles above the Earth. All of the station's systems are in good shape, and as you just heard and will be hearing over the next several hours, the interpretation of the conversations between Russian flight controllers and the two cosmonauts as they conduct their spacewalk today. Again, as previously indicated, we're running about 15 minutes behind the planned timeline. The spacewalk scheduled to last about 5 hours and 40 minutes. Once again, the tasks to be conducted today by Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy include the installation of a molecular beam epitaxy science experiment on the outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. This experiment is designed to grow high-quality thin films and crystals in the ultra-high vacuum of space, which can also be beneficial for the development of semiconductors. The two cosmonauts will be removing from the Zvezda service module and later jettisoning a high-resolution camera telescope system that has been operating for the past 11 years on the outside of the international complex. They'll be cleaning at least one window on the exterior of Zvezda and removing a materials exposure experiment cassette from the outside of the Poisk module before they enter the Poisk airlock to complete today's spacewalk.
Copy, you have a go to open KSDSO manually. Copy, current pressure is 600. 605. All right, once you open KSD, you're monitoring the MV pressure and the Orlan pressure. Copy. Monitoring Orlan pressure on ODSK, Orlan pressure gauge. All right, I am opening KSDSO. Copy. It's open.
The flight controllers in Korolyov are reporting, as are the cosmonauts, that the pre-breathe of pure oxygen has now been completed. Again, this is a routine activity for all spacewalks to cleanse spacewalkers' bloodstreams from any residual nitrogen that might cause a condition known as the bends from occurring when they move out into the vacuum of space.
Should have it in the 035, 034, 470 is the pressure and 0.4 is the suit pressure. Copy. That is looking good. You are getting to the desired pressure in the suit. All right, 300 is in the module. 0.039 is the suit pressure. All right, and once you get to 350 on the MV, you can open KSD2 as an extra to KSD. So, copy, 350. 350 is the pressure in the module. We're opening KSD2. Copy, KSD2 to open. It's open. KSD2 is open. Continue with depress, and we can turn off the injector, right? Wait for the counter. Look at the right counter on the display. What does it show? 1 minute 40 seconds. Copy. Once you get to all zeros, that's when you can turn it off. Copy. And once you get to 340 millimeters, $180. Great. There was a short LOS. Tell me, what do you see on both suits? 039 for EV1, 038 for EV2. Copy. 155 is the pressure in the module.
As we monitor the conversations between the Russian flight controllers and the cosmonauts inside the Poisk airlock, once again this view of the Nauka multi-purpose laboratory module launched back in 2021 on a Proton rocket from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan, and a very prominent view of the 36-foot-long European robotic arm. Affixed at the end of that robotic arm is a portable workstation that contains a foot restraint called the Yak foot restraint, to which Ryzhikov and later Zubritskiy will be planting their feet at various times during the spacewalk to conduct their tasks.
Suit pressure is 0.38 and unintelligible 105. Copy. And MRM2. Once you see pressure changes in MRM2, you should get a notification that MRM2 BSS should be put in O2 open EVA. Once you get, both of you get the notification, do that. All right, EV1, I got the notification. Copy, EV1 got the notification. BSS O2 open EVA. Copy, EV2. 80 is an MRM2. And suit pressures are inaudible. And once you get to pressure 20 per DMV, please put BSS open EVA. Copy.
And a different view of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module and the European robotic arm, which is in the correct configuration for the start of today's spacewalk, which the time of which will be marked at the moment of hatch opening. At the top of your view here, from external cameras on the International Space Station, is the Prishal node module. And just out of the field of view is the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft that will be the ride home for NASA's Johnny Kim, Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy on December 8th, U.S. time, December 9th, Kazakhstan time.
Is the suit pressure for EV1 and 2. That's good. MRM2 pressure is 30, and EV pressures are holding stable. 36 is for EV2. That's good, Alexey. And we are standing by for 20. You can put BSS O2 open EVA once we reach 20 millimeters, and then we will be standing by for 12 millimeter mark. We are at 20, and I'm putting BSS in O2 open EVA. Copy. Confirmed. And we're going down to 12 millimeters. When we get to 12 millimeters, we're going to put KSD-2 to close position and then KSD-SO to close. Copy.
Sergey, Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy inside the airlock of the Poisk module that is out of the field of view from our cameras on the outside of the space station at this moment. They're in the final steps of the depressurization of the Poisk airlock. Just a few more steps to go before they open the hatch to mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
Copy, 14. We are at 12 millimeters in MRM2. We are ready to close KSD-2. You have a go to close KSD-2 and KSD-SO. KSD-2 is closed. KSD-SO is closed. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. The word from the Russian flight controllers is that the depressurization of the Poisk airlock is now complete as Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy now go through the final steps of communications checks and leak checks that will lead to the opening of the Poisk hatch a short time from now.
Copy. Let's set the timer to 5 minutes. Copy.
The International Space Station flying into an orbital sunset over the southern Indian Ocean, about to begin a southwest to northeasterly track that will carry it across the west coast of Australia just a few minutes from now.
Heather, if you remember, the lights are on the left, the headlamps are on the left and the right. So the first you press it once and it's regular light, twice it's more directed light, and third one is like general lighting. Well, which one do you want? Try number 2 and see if you can stay with the focus light version. And please report when you put it in work. All right. Is the direction okay? Yes, not bad. All right, all 4 lights are on. In the second mode. Copy, we are standing by for EV2. Hold on. Don't do that. Got it. Great. Do you want me to adjust it for you? Not. It's okay. All right, we have the lights on. For both, right? Yes, and thank you for the reminder. All right. What's the current pressure and how much time has passed? 3 minutes have passed and the current pressure is 11. Copy. All right. Now we can start getting ready. Getting Q-Part 7 ready. Autoline transition to autonomous power.
That call from Sergey Ryzhikov indicating that the crew is ready to place their suits on battery power. That is what is known as autonomous power, disconnecting from station power through the Poisk airlock.
We're going to be disconnecting the umbilical, and before the sublimator kicks in, we would like to have some cold water running through, so that's why we're recommending the cool down or the chill. All right, we are putting the temperature control handle to position 6. Okay, EV1 is in position 6 and position 6 for EV2. No, guys, go back to where you used to have the settings, but when we start transitioning to autonomous power, that's when you need to put in a work.
The two Roscosmos cosmonauts are setting their suits on the proper temperature for when they open the hatch and step out into the void of space. They'll be in an orbital sunset, so they're adjusting the temperature to the appropriate level for both of their brand new Orlan spacesuits.
Sergey, how much time has lapsed and what's the current pressure? 5 minutes. Pressure? Copy. Pressure is 11. Stable. Copy. That's good. So now you can start working for Q-Part 7, step 11, and work with the cold heat valve. You have a go to work with the temperature control handle. Copy. We switch to 6. Copy. 036 first, 035 the second one. We're turning off the primary fan and the adapter as well as the transmitter. Copy, and I confirm as well on my suit the same.
This is Mission Control Houston. If you're just joining us, two Roscosmos cosmonauts, Sergey Ryzhikov, the International Space Station commander, and flight engineer Alexey Zubritskiy, are about to place their Orlan spacesuits on internal battery power in the Airlock and the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station. And then we'll be opening up the hatch to Poisk to mark the official start of today's spacewalk, the highlights of which will be the installation of a molecular beam epitaxy science experiment on the outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, the removal from Zvezda of a high-resolution camera system that later will be jettisoned by Zubritskiy. It's no longer needed or functional on board the complex. They will also be cleaning one of the windows on the outside of Zvezda and removing a materials exposure experiment cassette from the outside of the Poisk module before concluding a spacewalk today that is expected to last about 5 hours and 40 minutes.
Yes. Yes, and the power is nominal. All right. So then you can press on with MRM2 procedure, tow mode. Tow is off or left. Power is off. Suit 1 off. Suit 2 off. We unmated the electrical umbilical. Copy.
And the two spacesuits being worn by the cosmonauts are now on internal battery power.
Suit 1 off, suit 2 is off, unmated. So we're closing, putting the cover on the connector, covered. Sergey, Alexey, if it's not very convenient to work with umbilical, then you can assist each other. So the main objective is to help each other to save your own energy and just assist as required. We copy. So we are unmating umbilical. So did I understand it correctly? So both umbilicals are off or off. Yes, we confirm. And then you covered them with MLI covers. Yes, we have covered them already. For umbilical 1 and umbilical 2. Copy. Second is unmated, so are we putting in a secure position? Yes. So put some umbilical plugs and then covers. Use the covers for them. So MLI flap is on, and suit 1 umbilical is unmated. Copy. EV2 also unmated. So we're switching O2 to close. Copy. Alexey, did you close the ARC valve? EV1 closed, EV2 closed. Copy. So I understand that you're speaking simultaneously. Copy. Pressure in the first tank is 414. Our main primary tank is 410 and the pressure is 0.36. Copy. So we're waiting for 1 minute. Copy. All right, guys. Then I'm handing you over to Artyom. We are going with the schedule very well. So when we do the back airlock operations, then I'll talk to you again. And here is Artyom. Good luck to you guys. Thank you. We appreciate it. Sergey, Alexey, hello. Artyom, good evening. How is your mood? All ready? Come again? I'm just asking, how is your mood? Oh, absolutely. We are ready. That is good news. Okay, let's do some checkout. I just want to make sure you have secured all the tools and all the hardware inside the airlock. We have. Your spacesuits are also tethered with one tether. Is that correct? There was a drop in comm. Come again. Unintelligible. I was just saying there was a drop in comm. So I just want you to make sure you're tethered. Yes, then we'll start EV hatch opening. Alexey, please take the key and make sure that the hatch is in the operational mode, and then start. Artyom, You come a little low. Could you please speak a little louder? Copy. In that case, please check the bolts of the emergency exit are turned to the maximum. Yes, all the handles, both handles should be in a closed position. Should be one above the other. I confirm, and they're actually facing each other. That is excellent. Then please insert the key for EVA position. Alexey, we will start EV hatch opening. Okay, please continue. Speaking simultaneously.
And with that conversation, we're standing by for the opening of the hatch to the hoist module that will mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
I'm inserting the wrench right now. Copy. So it's installed. I'm ready. I am beginning with the hatch opening. We copy. Copy all. I see the rollers are moving outside of the lighters. Copy. Now the handle should be in a position towards you. Once you see a little opening, then we'll start the EVA timer. Copy. Pressure is less than 10, but not 0 yet. So it is gradually decreasing. Six. 5. 4. 3. It is not going down at this point. Artyom, the pressure right now is 4. Copy. Just try unintelligible. Yes, we'll try again. Yes, we've got it. Copy. Alexey, prior to opening the hatch, let's just adjust things here. Just come a little closer to the hatch, and I will move the MLI. Otherwise, we will not open the hatch. Sergey is in the way. Can you see? Not really. I'm with my back. We need to lift it up slightly. And move it. Just kind of push it that way. Artyom, we are ready to open the EV hatch. Copy. In that case, so remove the adjustable tether and give your hook to Sergey. Copy. Please stand by. Wait. I've got it. I've handed it over. I've secured it to the handrail, to the panel. The hatch is open, 17:30. Copy. All right, let's start installing the protective ring. Copy. And Alexey, once you install it, please make sure that the wire is not caught up anywhere. That's the safety wire. Copy. I'll be watching for that. I'm placing it. I think on the right side, the length is not allowing us to install it on the right. You see the wire is a little stretched on the right side. I've installed it. On my side.
This is Mission Control Houston. We have confirmation now that the spacewalk by Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy is now officially underway with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module airlock. The official start time, 12:10 p.m. Central Time, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time. This is the 276th spacewalk in support of ISS assembly maintenance and upgrades. The fourth spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station in 2025. The second spacewalk for Expedition 73 crew members. This is the second spacewalk now for Sergey Ryzhikov, the station commander, and the first for Alexey Zubritskiy in his career. Again, the official start time of today's spacewalk, 12:10 p.m. Central Time, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time. The first order of business will be for the two cosmonauts to install a protective ring around the circumference of the Poisk airlock hatch, after which Zubritskiy will make his way outside of Poisk with a crew lock bag that is filled with tools that he and Ryzhikov will be working with throughout the course of this spacewalk that is scheduled to last about 5 hours and 40 minutes. The International Space Station is moving from southwest to northeast off the northern coast of Australia. All of the station systems are in good shape.
All right, so if they're attached to separate handrails, then you have a go to egress. Yes, one is the circular one and one is the transfer handrail. Copy. Then you have a go for egressing. I've egressed. So I'm going to hook the second tether on a different handrail. Copy. Both are in place. Copy. That's good. Do you see the arm, the ERA manipulator? Yes, I see the manipulator. In your opinion, when it's dark, will you be able to bring it closer? Yes, absolutely. Yes, this is sufficient distance to the surface. Yes, you have a go to activate sublimators. Copy. We've got a go for sublimator activation in work. So the handle should be going down. EV2 sublimator is on, EV1 on. Copy. Alexey, for the plan, we have adaptation to EVA environment. just look around, make sure you're comfortable, and just visualize the translation path, as well as the scope of work you have, as well as how you feel yourself in this spacesuit. So our proposal, just adapt yourself, take your time, and then we'll go from there. What about lighting? Lighting is excellent. I am ready for the EVA. Excellent. Okay, then press on. Continue. So we've got to go to continue. Yes, you have a go.
The International Space Station is currently flying in darkness over the Western Pacific, so we don't have any clear views at this moment. But once again, Alexey Zubritskiy is outside of the Poisk airlock, following the opening of the hatch to Poisk. That occurred at 12:10 p.m. Central Time, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time, to mark the official start of today's spacewalk.
So I'm giving you the first hook. I've got it. That's good. I've taken it, and I have secured it in place. Our second hook is in place. I've taken it, and I have transferred it. Okay, we're taking the crew back out. So you have a go to take the MLA out. Copy.
Zubritskiy, who was in the first minutes of the first spacewalk of his career, is adapting himself to the environment of a vacuum of space. Sergey Ryzhikov will be moving outside of the Poisk airlock momentarily to join Zubritskiy. They will be making their way over to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module to begin work, where Ryzhikov will plant his feet in a portable work station in foot restraints at the end of the European robotic arm to begin work to install the molecular epitaxy experiment on the outside of the Nauka module.
For Emily is on the handrail, translational handrail. Copy. Have you secured it? Unintelligible.
While the beginning of the spacewalk is underway,
I think it's in between your legs. I think
inside the International Space Station, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency astronaut Kimiya Yui and NASA's Zena Cardman are wrapping up a conference with other flight controllers here in Houston to discuss rendezvous operations for the brand new HTV-X1 cargo craft, JAXA's new resupply vehicle that is the heir to the legacy HTV that delivered supplies to the station between 2009 and 2020 on 9 different delivery runs. The HTV-X1 is scheduled to launch atop of JAXA's H3 rocket from the Tanegashima Space Complex in southern Japan next Monday night U.S. time.
Wait a sec. Okay, now I'm ready. Okay, just breathe.
Yui, backed up by Cardman, will be in the cupola of the International Space Station next Friday, October 24th, to use the Canadarm2 robotic arm to reach out and grapple the HTV-X1 following its 3-day rendezvous procedure, and then hand over that arm for the installation and bolting into place by robotic officers here in Mission Control. The HTV-X1 will reside for 3 months on the Earth-facing side, common berthing mechanism on the Earth-facing side of the Harmony module. In today's spacewalk by Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy, the European robotic arm that is attached to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module is being used to transport Ryzhikov first, later Zubritskiy at the end of the arm in those foot restraints to conduct the work associated with today's spacewalk, which began at 12:10 p.m. Central Time, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time.
So, EV1 is on the translational handrail. Copy. Are you going to secure the MLE block on the same handrail? Let us have a look.
The acronym that you'll hear during today's spacewalk is the Molecular Beam Epitaxy Experiment, the MLE, as it is being referred to by the Russian flight controllers. This is an experiment that is going to be attached to the outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module to grow high-quality thin films and crystals in the vacuum of space.
And then I think we can start translation. Okay, please activate your cameras. Alexey, if you can do it, hacker cameras, if you can do it by yourself, do it. I don't think I can do it on my own. Copy. So then just assist each other with the hacker cameras. Okay, let me see. Okay, I've activated it. A second camera is on.
As the two cosmonauts begin to activate their helmet cameras, we'll be seeing over-the-shoulder views from those cameras of Rosansky and Zubritskiy working in tandem during the spacewalk. You're looking inside the Destiny laboratory of the International Space Station, where other work has been ongoing by the Expedition 73 crew.
That the equipment that is kind of in its way. We're about to go into the orbital day in 1 minute. Copy. So shall we wait to go into the day? Right now we're waiting for the orientation, for the thrusters to finish working. Right now we're waiting for the era to go into position. Sergey, you can translate forward some towards the arm, but don't go too far. Copy. So, speaking simultaneously, closer to the circular handrail. Yes. Artyom? Can we translate to the circular ones? Yes. Sergey, speaking simultaneously. So, put it in the middle position, then SDR. So the toggle switch is in the middle position, right? Yes. We copy. And I confirm it's in the middle position.
15 minutes into today's spacewalk, the International Space Station is flying over the Pacific Ocean from southwest to northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. This view from a balcony camera in the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, as the Russian flight controllers work with the two cosmonauts, Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy, both outside of the Poisk airlock, beginning to set up shop, awaiting the maneuvering of the European robotic arm into the first worksite position. That arm is under the controls of Alexey, the other Roscosmos cosmonaut, who's part of the Expedition 73 crew. He's operating the arm from inside the multi-purpose laboratory module.
Do not go to handrails 2232 and 2231. Copy, and I've received a go for translation. Sergey?
Да.
Go ahead.
Надо отключить АСТР.
We need to deactivate ASTR, the toggle switch, cold, warm in the medium position, and then turn it back on. STR, the temperature control. Copy. It's switched off. The toggle switch is in the middle position, and then it's back on. Shall I continue with the translation? Yes, press on. I can see the dawn on this side, just a little bit of it.
Как дела с переходом?
Sergey, how's the translation going?
Перефиксирую карабины.
I'm reattaching the hooks.
Поручни перехода.
I'm reattaching to the gap spinner.
И занимай положение, при котором ты будешь смотреть за подведением.
External cameras on the International Space Station being repositioned to try to catch our first glimpse of the two spacewalkers, Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy. They should be in the field of view shortly as they make their way towards the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module for the installation of the molecular beam epitaxy experiment. The European robotic arm is being maneuvered into position for this work by Alexey from a workstation inside the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Unintelligible.
Ryzhikov will climb into a foot restraint at the end of the arm, 36-foot-long European robotic arm, to stabilize himself for the work required for the installation of this experiment.
Thermal control system, but the manual regulator was left in the middle position. Now we set it to 0, and now the automatic thermal control system will start regulating your temperatures. Copy. I reattached safety and equipment tethers. I'm taking position. Okay, and then stand by. Do you see the tether that's preventing me from turning around? The equipment tether. Okay, now I've turned around. I'm ready to take the bundle. Okay, please stand by.
And our first view of the cosmonauts outside of the International Space Station. At the bottom of your screen is the Poisk module, which houses the airlock from which Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy emerged for the start of their spacewalk that began about 22 minutes ago.
At this time,
the two cosmonauts will be distinctive in the stripes on their Orlan spacesuits, with Ryzhikov wearing the suit bearing the red stripes as extravehicular crew member number 1, and Zubritskiy wearing the Orlan suit bearing the blue stripes as EV2, or extravehicular crew member number 2.
The arm is about to start motion.
Oleg Platonov, working from a workstation inside the Russian segment, will be maneuvering the European robotic arm. You can see the end effector of the European robotic arm and the portable workstation at the end of the arm at the top of your screen. The two other booms that you see are called the Strela booms. Strela is the Russian word for arrow. Those are used for certain spacewalks to transport cosmonauts to various work sites on the Russian segment. They will not be in play today, though.
Motion, and we ask Oleg so that he lets you know once the error arm starts moving for situational awareness. Copy.
Если глиссер работоспособен, можно его тогда отключить.
And if Glitzer is working, you can switch it off to save the battery. Copy.
Alexey, сниму.
I will remove Alexey.
So for reference, at the very top of your screen is the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, and its attached European robotic arm. At the bottom of your screen, the Poisk module that's on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the station, Nauka on the Earth-facing side, and Poisk, of course, is what houses the airlock from which the Russian spacewalks are conducted.
Небольшие задержки со времени начала движения.
We have a brief delay in error motion. We're standing by. Copy.
The space station is flying 260 miles over the eastern Pacific, soon to begin a track that will carry it across the west coast of British Columbia and back down over the Midwest of the United States.
Сергей, получаем картинку с твоей нашлемной камеры.
Sergey, we are getting video from your camera. Great.
Алексей, твою камеру тоже начали получать.
Alexey, and we are getting view from your camera as well. Copy.
Сергей, как у тебя тепловое состояние, как охлаждение?
Sergey, what's your temperature status? The temperature is fine.
Нормально? Не прохладно, не холодно?
Is it too cold? No, I'm fine.
Хорошо.
Okay.
Давление 0,38.
Everything is fine. Suit pressure is 0.38 and voltage is normal. And we can see robotic arm motion. Yes, we confirm it's moving towards us.
Oleg Platonov now maneuvering the European robotic arm towards the area along the Zvezda service module, which is the juncture actually between Nauka and Koisk, where Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy are awaiting the next step in their work. This view from Sergey Ryzhikov's helmet camera now, high over the Pacific Ocean, as the European robotic arm comes to meet him. He will mount his feet and a portable foot restraint at the end of the arm to begin the work associated with installing the molecular beam epitaxy experiment on the Nauka module. 28 minutes into today's spacewalk that began at 12:10 p.m. Central, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time, the 276th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
Black stripes. We go to secure our hooks to it. Yes, this is a Param worksite adapter, and you can use it for tethering. Copy.
Но при этом один карабин страховочного фала однозначно должен быть без концевого эффекта застрахован.
But one safety tether hook should be attached to the end effector. Copy. And Era is continuing motion, about 40 centimeters to the antenna. Copy. It's slowing down. Copy.
Once again, you're looking at the view from Sergey Ryzhikov's helmet camera as the space station approaches the west coast of British Columbia on this orbit of the Earth. Oleg Platonov is maneuvering the European robotic arm towards Ryzhikov, who will make his way to plant his feet in a foot restraint at the end of the arm, and then receive the molecular beam epitaxy experiment package from Zubritskiy for the work associated with the installation of that experiment on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. Once the experiment is mounted on Nauka, there will be a series of connectors that will be mated to provide electrical capability for the experiment's functioning and operability.
Camera stopped motion.
Принято, ожидаем доклада, да, ожидаем доклада от Олега.
And we're waiting for Oleg's report.
Сергей, Алексей, получено добро на
Sergey,
манипулятор.
you have a go to
Предложение,
transfer
Сергей, ты
to the
тогда
robotic
сразу
arm.
сортируйся.
Sergey, you need to tether to a barium worksite adapter,
Начинаем укладку перемещения.
and after that we'll start moving
мне
the
кажется, должно
bundle.
хватить, Алексей, тебе и без перестраховки карабинов.
And Alexey, the length of the equipment tether should be sufficient without reattaching.
Again, this view from Sergey Ryzhikov's helmet camera as he secures his tethers to hooks on the end of the European robotic arm in preparation for his movement into a foot restraint at the end of the arm. We're 33 minutes into today's spacewalk, scheduled to last around 5 hours and 40 minutes.
Unintelligible. I attached two safety tether hooks. Copy.
Сергей, пожалуйста, задатчики и антенны руками.
Sergey, please don't touch antennas or sensors with your hands. Yes, I see.
The space station and the Expedition 73 crew is currently flying over the border between North Dakota and South Dakota, moving from northwest to southeast. As we zoom in on a good view of Sergey Ryzhikov bearing the Orlan suit with the red stripes. Just below him is Alexey Zubritskiy. Zubritskiy is holding the molecular beam epitaxy experiment. He'll be handing that off to Ryzhikov once Ryzhikov has planted his feet in a foot restraint at the end of the European robotic arm.
And I'm taking the bundle. I took the bundle. Please stand by.
Алексей, на кассете проволочный фиксатор из рукоятки прижима не выскочил там?
Alexey, can you check if the wire ties are secure on the cassette? Over here? Oh, you mean on the handle? Let me adjust them.
Короткий перерыв связи.
We had a brief handover.
Продолжаем переход с укладкой к манипулятору.
Let's continue translation with the bundle.
We're in a brief handover for downlink video from the space station to our tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll reacquire that television view from the station momentarily.
Yes.
36 minutes into today's spacewalk by Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy, both crew members outside the station, operating efficiently as the European robotic arm is in the right position for Ryzhikov to climb into a foot restraint at the end of the arm. Now we have our TV signal back. At the moment, you see Ryzhikov with the suit with the red stripes, and to his left is Zubritskiy as they work the handoff of the molecular beam epitaxy experiment that ultimately will be mounted on the exterior of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. At the bottom of your screen, with the Cyrillic letters Poisk, that's the module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment that houses the airlock that enabled the two cosmonauts to don their suits and work the depressurization procedures that led to the opening of the hatch at 12:10 p.m. Central Time, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time to begin today's spacewalk.
Please stay away from the sensor. Okay, I reattached my tether and I can take the bundle. Copy. I'm releasing the bundle. I took the bundle, I released the bundle. Okay, I'm ready to translate to the PRM worksite. Copy. And Artem, where do we attach the equipment tether for the bundle? You'll attach it to the PRM worksite. Copy.
Потому что если будет ниже, то может и длины немножко не хватить.
Because if you attach it lower, you won't have enough cable length. Okay, I attached it. Copy.
А теперь тебе надо подтянуть укладку к себе и второй карабин застраховать.
Now you need to pull the bundle to yourself, secure the second equipment tether, and after that you'll be ingressing the upper foot restraint. Copy. In work.
Может, тогда второй я перефиксирую карабин?
Maybe I will reattach the second tether. It will be more convenient for me.
В любом случае укладку.
But yes, Sergey will need to take the bundle anyway.
Go.
I took it. I released the bundle.
This is Mission Control Houston, 40 minutes into today's spacewalk by Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy. This view from Ryzhikov's helmet camera looking directly at Zubritskiy wearing the suit with blue stripes. Ryzhikov has now planted his feet in the Yakor foot restraint at the end of the European robotic arm and is awaiting handoff of the molecular beam epitaxy experiment. That's the experiment you see right in the field of view, which ultimately will be affixed to and hooked up with a series of electrical connectors to the outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
And we have safety tethers tightened. Yes. We have 2 meters of distance, and you should feel some resistance, but the length should be sufficient.
Again, this experiment that we've been referencing, the molecular beam epitaxy experiment, which is the major objective of today's spacewalk, is designed to grow high-quality thin films and crystals in the vacuum of space, and also to see how pure semiconductor material can be grown in the low Earth orbit environment.
Copy, you ingress the foot restraint. I took it, I released it. And I can rotate it for your convenience. Yes, let's do that. I want the adapter to face myself. Alexey, can you see the handle? Yeah, I can see it. Please stand by. Is this okay? Yes, perfect. Okay, I need to attach the hook to RAM, and I have both hooks together. Okay, I would say you need...
This view now from the helmet camera of Alexey Zubritskiy as he prepares to hand off the big experiment package, the molecular beam epitaxy experiment, to Ryzhikov, who is now planted in a foot restraint at the end of the European robotic arm.
Alexey, you need to move farther away without reattaching tethers. I translated to the side a couple of meters. Okay, let's wait for the arrow motion to start. What's your impressions of the use of 2 tethers? It's okay, it's fine. We'll be translating on SM, and maybe it'll feel different, but we'll see. But I think we have better opportunities with this configuration. Alexey, can you activate Glister camera and take a few shots of the arrow position and of Sergey with all safety hooks tethered? Yes.
Zubritskiy about to take several photos of Ryzhikov with the molecular beam epitaxy experiment. The International Space Station flying 260 miles over the Lesser Antilles, moving from northwest to southeast.
Is it red? And the sun is behind you, I can see. TV1 and 2 to suit IV, go ahead. We are ready for error motion. If you are secured, we can start. Yes, I'm on the param work side. All tethers are secured and I'm holding the bundle. We are ready for error motion. Copy, go for error motion.
That call from the Russian flight controllers alerting both Ryzhikov, who is at the end of the European robotic arm, as well as Alexey Zubritskiy, that Oleg Platonov is about to maneuver the arm over to the work site on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module for its installation. The estimated duration of this arm maneuver is about 20 minutes.
And I made a few shots with the camera of the error position. Copy, thanks. The arm is in motion. Yes, we can see that.
Принято. Сергей, как ощущения?
How do you feel, Sergey? Excellent.
Принято.
Copy.
Алексей, можно потихоньку через
Alexey,
минуту начинать движение.
in a minute you can start translating towards connector patch panel 8 on the service module. Copy.
Просто песня.
It's like a song. I'm flying over the planet. Sergey is singing a song, unintelligible.
Второй приступил к перемещению.
EV2 has started translating. Copy.
Так, первый я не вижу справа край солнечной.
And EV1, I don't see the edge of the solar array. Is it safe? Copy. We'll monitor it via the camera. Sergey, are you moving too fast, too slow? Is it comfortable? It's very slow. Well, we did our best.
Само движение манипулятора составное, как вы уже с Олегом это проходили на тренировке.
So the area is moving in steps as we did during the training, so there will be some pauses, some delays. Copy.
Алексей, когда дойдешь до 8-й платы,
Alexey,
раз у нас открыт клапан FT, у меня...
since the MLI stuff is open, when you get there, okay, because they're speaking simultaneously.
А, вот, все.
So from the other side? Yes, next to the boom. Trailer. Yes, okay, copy. So right now the motion was a little bit more fun. So the inertia was a little bit both major rotation speed simultaneously. Do you see the distance until the platform with Papa 9 from the camera view? I think it's about half a meter.
Принято.
Okay, copy.
Нам не очень видно там расстояние за солнечной батареей.
We don't quite see the distance until the solar array, but okay.
Принято, спасибо.
Copy, thank you. We see motion.
Принято.
Copy.
Как ощущение, Сергей?
How do you feel? Well, everything seems to be going well, smoothly and safely. I think we have about 30 centimeters. I'm going to hold on to it. Artem, I closed the flap from that side. Thank you, Alexey.
Тогда приступать к переходу на МЛМ.
Okay, start translating to MLM. Copy.
И на МЛМ на третью плоскость.
And also the MLM on plane 3 for Sergey. Okay, understand.
И на всякий случай напоминаю,
Just in case, a reminder.
который имеет рукоятку,
Anything with a handle that is considered to be one single handrail. Okay, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 54 minutes into today's spacewalk by Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy. This helmet camera view from Zubritskiy as he has made his way to a work platform on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, awaiting the arrival of Sergey Ryzhikov, the station commander, who is mounted at the end of the European robotic arm. They will be working in tandem to install this molecular beam epitaxy experiment on Nauka, and then also working to hook up a series of electrical connectors for the experiment. Spacewalk began today at 12:10 p.m. Central Time with the opening of the hatch to the Poisk module airlock. This is the 276th spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades, the fourth conducted out of the space station this year, the second for Expedition 73 crew members. This is Ryzhikov's second spacewalk, the first he conducted of a duration of 6 hours 48 minutes back in November of 2020, And this is Zubritskiy's first spacewalk of his career. Zubritskiy and Ryzhikov launched on the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft along with NASA's Johnny Kim back in April. They will return to Earth on December 8th U.S. time, December 9th Kazakhstan time, for a parachute-assisted landing to wrap up their 8-month mission.
Yes. When you get to the handrail 4329, so that is at the entrance to Pagode 3, you need to pause there at that location. Copy, thank you.
Еще надо выждать порядка 8 минут до перехода на ПГО-3.
So we need to wait a few minutes until we start the translation to Pagode 3. Copy.
В этот момент сможешь как раз контролировать для перехода.
During that time, you can monitor the era translation to the installation location.
Необходимость ручного выравнивания.
In that case, I will need you to assess the need for manual adjustment. Right now, there are 2 antennas in the area of your knees, in the vicinity of your knees. Would be careful with those. No, he's fine. He's safe. He's located in a safe configuration right now. Everything is looking good. I got to the handrail 4329. Copy. Now you need to wait for 6 minutes. Copy. Waiting. TV2, TV3. Alexey, the next arm motion is going to be under your guidance, and when you're ready, we can start the motion. Okay, and if you need to have the arm stopped, then give the appropriate commands.
Сергей, как самочувствие от перемещения на манипуляторе?
So how are you feeling while you're flying on the arm?
Жаль, что я не поэт.
I'm not a poet.
Принято.
Okay. Hi.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've just passed the 1 hour mark into today's spacewalk, which began at 12:10 p.m. Central Time, about 15 minutes behind schedule. The two cosmonauts, Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy, have made up that time, so they're just about right on the timeline as Ryzhikov is being maneuvered at the end of the European robotic arm that you see in the field of view. It is attached to the Nauka multi-purpose laboratory module. He's being maneuvered into a position along a work site to be joined by Zubritskiy for the installation of the molecular beam epitaxy experiment.
40, 40. It stopped. As far as I can see, there's no need. There is no need to bring me in closer. The distance between the headrows is about 20 centimeters. Okay, copy.
Is there a need for manual adjustment? No need. I think I can move a little closer. What about is the end effector position going to be okay and not interfere with your work in that area? It will not interfere. The distance is over 1 meter. Copy. Then we're going to be standing by for your confirmation and until you move to Pagoa 3. Okay, copy.
The Russian flight controllers confirming that the movement of the European robotic arm is now complete, putting Ryzhikov in the correct position to take a handoff of the molecular beam epitaxy experiment from his spacewalking partner, Alexey Zubritskiy.
Alexey, when you are ready, you can start translating to Sergey. Copy. EV1 to 2 we are done with the motion. And if the lead EVA gives you a go, then you can start your operations. Thank you for delivering us here safely. You're welcome. Okay, whenever you're ready.
I have taken photos and videos and turned the camera off. Okay, you can start. Copy.
Сергей, а ты пока ожидаешь Алексея?
Sergey, oh, you're waiting for Alexey.
Можно уже выйти из якоря или надо
Do you
находиться в
think
нем?
you should egress with restraint or stay in it?
Контролировать, это сделать несколько секунд.
We can probably wait for a few seconds.
Принято, но я с точки зрения...
Speaking simultaneously. Yes, I can move around with it.
Я про то, что не замерз там, да?
I was just wondering if you were feeling cold.
Есть о чем почитать.
I have secured myself near the work location. Copy.
Наверное, лучше я возьму уклад.
I think I better take the
Один карабин
kit.
с меходаптером.
You can take the hook for the adapter. It's not going to reach the structure.
Можно через адаптер КРМ его.
You can thread it through the KRM adapter.
Два раза перефиксировать.
You can secure it or attach it and then reattach it twice.
Алексей, а у тебя усилие от фалов
What about,
ощущается?
how do you feel the tension on the tethers?
Ну, я чувствую, что они
I feel that they're holding me, but it's not too bad. It's okay.
максимально, что
Be careful.
не мешал.
We need to make sure Param
У нас через
is
30 секунд
not in the way.
будет трехминутный перерыв
Okay,
связи.
in about 30 seconds there will be a 3-minute LOS for both audio and video.
Да,
Are you
размещайтесь в
giving me a
рабочей
go?
зоне
Yes,
для установки
locate yourself in the work area in order to perform your installation. Speaking simultaneously.
Алексей ближе со стороны ПХО в районе платформы с адаптерами. Также у нас через 6 минут начнется тень.
So, in about 6 minutes, we're going to enter the eclipse.
Выполнил выход из якоря.
The copy, I will be egressing as it would restraint on the Param. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 10 minutes into today's spacewalk by Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy. We are in a brief loss of signal from the International Space Station, passing between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system. The station is flying over the South Pacific at this hour as Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy work in the early stages of the installation of a molecular beam epitaxy experiment to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. This is a view from a balcony camera in the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, which is in charge of today's spacewalk here in Houston. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers also watching the work being conducted outside of the station, as well as the home stretch of the workday inside the International Outpost, which has seen a variety of activities, the transfer of cargo from the Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft, as well as preparations for next week's anticipated arrival of a brand new cargo craft, that being the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency's HTV-X1, that will debut with the launch scheduled for Monday night U.S. time, Tuesday morning Japan time, from the Tanegashima Space Center in southern Japan atop a JAXA H-3 rocket. That launch is scheduled at 8:59 p.m. Central Time on Monday night. We will have live coverage of that launch beginning at 8:45 p.m. Central Time. If all goes as planned, the HTV-X1 cargo craft, the heir to the legacy HTV that made 9 delivery runs to the space station between 2009 and 2020, will go on a 3-day journey to the International Space Station with a robotic capture and installation of that vehicle to the Earth-facing port of the Harmony module of the station next Friday, October 24th. This view out of one of the windows in the Russian segment of the International Space Station, showing Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy working side by side to install the science experiment. They will be working shortly to remove wire ties from the experiment as it is being installed on what is called a monoblock on the outside of the module, after which they will hook up 4 electrical connectors and other associated connectors for the operation of that payload, which is designed to study the growth of high-quality thin films and crystals in the vacuum of space.
Both hooks are secured. This is our spot. Yes, it's secured. Artem, how do you copy? Could you repeat your last? We have placed ourselves in the vicinity of the work location, and we are ready to install adapters VKH-QRL, and go ahead and install them. Copy. Okay. Yes, could you tuck it in a little? Okay, yes, here we go. So I moved the handle to the closed position, close the handle, checking. We moved it back and forth, different sides, and everything is attached securely. Copy. You can remove the tethers, safety tethers, and put them away so they don't interfere with your work in the work zone. Copy. So I'm going to give it to you from this side.
Сейчас начнется тень уже.
We're about, eclipse is about to start.
As you can see, the space station is moving into an orbital sunset over the Pacific. Once again, Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy continuing to work on the first task of today's spacewalk, that being the installation of this molecular beam epitaxy experiment on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
You have it? Yes, I handed it over to you. The second one from the other side. Okay. Should we release the wire ties?
Давайте лучше сначала закончим с фалами.
When you're ready, you can start unwinding the cable.
While Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy work outside of the Nauka module of the International Space Station for the installation of this science payload, we are 1 hour 18 minutes into today's spacewalk, but there's other work on board the station inside the Destiny laboratory of the station. In the foreground is JAXA's Kimia Yui, joined by NASA's Zena Cardman, as they engage in a conference to discuss all of the work that is forthcoming next week with the arrival of the brand new HTV-X1 cargo craft that, as we mentioned before, is due to launch from the Tanegashima Space Center in southern Japan on Monday night, U.S. time.
The adapter through it and then secure it to rail 4336 and then made the connectors on MCC Go. Copy. 2 and 3. Okay. Connected. Maybe I should move it up. This whole pack of cables should go up. Okay, just take the safety tether hook. Then we will tighten it up later. Do you want to do it from the top? And then we'll have to remove the cap, Alexey. But it's not tight at all. Just it's up to you.
завел.
Okay, I moved it to the side. Artyom, could you please remind me the rail? Handrail 4336, yes. Attach it to the bracket. It's just floating around. Just hand it to me. Okay, I have secured the wire tie.
This is Mission Control Houston, 1 hour, 22 minutes into today's spacewalk by Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergey Ryzhikov, who's the Expedition 73 commander aboard the International Space Station, and Alexey Zubritskiy. This is the second spacewalk of Ryzhikov's career, the first for Zubritskiy. The two cosmonauts are working right now on the outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, as they work in tandem to route cables to connector panels. Ryzhikov was maneuvered to the work site at the end of the European robotic arm by Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov, working from a workstation inside the Russian segment of the station. Once the cables are routed, the two cosmonauts will hook those cables up to a series of electrical harnesses, 4 sets of connectors, to provide power to the molecular beam epitaxy experiment. This is the major objective of today's spacewalk. This experiment designed to grow high-quality thin films and crystals in the vacuum of space, and to try to perfect the growth of semiconductor material. Also on tap for today's spacewalk, the removal of a high-resolution camera on the Zvezda service module that was installed during a pair of Russian spacewalks in December of 2013 and January 2014 by Alexey and Sergey Ryzhikov as part of a Canadian commercial endeavor. The high-resolution camera will be jettisoned by Zubritskiy, who will have his feet planted in a foot restraint at the end of the European robotic arm later in today's spacewalk. Its operation no longer active, having done its job over the course of the last 11 plus years. The two cosmonauts will also clean one of the windows on the outside of the Zvezda service module and remove a materials exposure experiment cassette from the outside of the Poisk module before they re-enter Poisk in the airlock on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the station to conclude today's spacewalk, which is scheduled to last around 5 hours and 40 minutes.
Make sure that the caps are secured. All right, caps should be secured. Let us check.
Давайте тогда страховать, и можно их в стрижбак убирать.
And you can take them off and move them into the trash bag. Copy? Or shall we maybe remove them and then...
The two cosmonauts, Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy, will be venturing back outside of the Poisk airlock on October 28th for the next Russian spacewalk, number 65, to install additional science payloads and to replace payload cassettes on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module for this very same experiment that they're currently installing, the molecular beam epitaxy experiment. They will also be relocating a control panel for the European robotic arm from one base point on the a fixation location on the outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. That control panel receives commands from a workstation inside the Russian segment, in this case today, being operated by Oleg Platonov. That control panel will be moved from one location to another to provide a better access point for its operation for future spacewalking cosmonauts.
Let me see where it is. Okay, let me help. Let me assist. So the second flap. All right, I'm holding it. Just move it this way. Give me a sec. Sergey, Alexey. Go ahead. A new proposal. So we'll continue working with those caps. Just secure them with the wire ties. Connect them with the wire ties. Give it to me.
So at this point, as we approach the 1 hour 30-minute mark in the spacewalk, the two spacewalkers, Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy, have wire-tied cables to various connection points for a hookup of 4 electrical connector sets for this molecular beam epitaxy experiment. Again, this is the prime objective of today's spacewalk, which is dubbed the Russian EVA-64, the 276th spacewalk in space station history in support of assembly maintenance and upgrades. This view, the helmet camera view from cosmonaut Alexey Zubritskiy, working at the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module in concert with his spacewalking colleague, Station Commander Sergey Ryzhikov.
Which wire tie did you use from the suit equipment? Yes. Then from the OTA, yes. In that case, so we have enough wire ties till the end of the spacewalk. Take the wire ties that were on MLE block that was used Well, I have 2 wire ties, and then through lock bag has a few as well. We copy. We don't have any extra ones. Is it 4, number 4? This is 5, and this is 4. Artyom, could you please confirm? So the cable 8.5, is it the high frequency, and 8.4 is low frequency? Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. All right, copy, mating. The plate should have the labeling, but it should be upside down relative to you. So look at the labeling on the top. So I'm looking at HF84, mated and closed. So this is the second one, that's the further away one. Copy. Third and fourth. I don't see number 4. 3, 2, and 1. Then we take number 3. It's HFP3, 83. The cover is off. Third. Is it not stopping? So it just keeps turning. Yes, close. So the connector FT8-3 mated and closed. Copy. So this is number 2. Yes, number 2. All clear, clean.
As the International Space Station circles the Earth 260 miles above the planet, Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy are now in the process of hooking up 4 sets of electrical connectors to cable harnesses that were routed a short time ago on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module for the molecular beam epitaxy experiment.
Connector RFP8-2 mated closed. Copy. So on this plate, we only have one connector remaining, which is 8-1. Artyom, could you please confirm we have only just one? Yes, 8-1. Copy.
Once the 4 sets of electrical connectors are mated and checked out, the 2 cosmonauts will take photos of the work site before closing a thermal protection cover over the panel on Nauka that houses the connectors for the operation of this molecular beam epitaxy experiment.
Reporting FP8-1 is mated and closed. Copy. So you just have only panel 9 left, which is connector 9-2. Copy. MLI is not closing. Copy. Can you loosen up the cable a little bit more so it'll be more comfortable translating above it? Let us try. Let me do it on my side so we don't waste any time. Yes, and when you look at the caps, just wire tie them in the vicinity of the cables. I guess I'll take one more cap from panel 9 first, and then we'll wire tie them. Yes, that's a good idea. We copy all, we concur.
And the Russian flight controllers now reporting that all four sets of electrical connectors have now been mated. As planned, the 2 cosmonauts are running about 20-30 minutes ahead of the timeline.
That works, we can actually...
They will take photos of these mated connectors. They're in the process of trying to close a thermal protection cover known as an MLI flap, that's multi-layer insulation flap, over the connector panel. This all being conducted at the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module on the Earth-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station as we approach the 1 hour 40-minute mark into today's spacewalk.
Unintelligible. MLI flap won't close. That's okay. Just leave it as is. So we have about 8 minutes before we go into orbital day. We have a proposal to take photos once we are back into orbital day. Right now, as much as possible, just organize the cables in such a way that they are not in the way for the translation path and will not interfere with anything. Just arrange the cables. Alexey? Go ahead. So you were looking for the connector 9-2. Just remember.
Just to recap, Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy have been working outside the Russian segment of the station in today's spacewalk, which has reached the 1 hour 41-minute mark. They are wrapping up work on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, checking out the 4 sets of electrical connectors for the molecular beam epitaxy experiment, the major objective of today's spacewalk, an experiment designed to grow thin crystals and semiconductor material in the vacuum of space.
I can move it underneath. Yes, that is correct.
Once this is over, the other Roscosmos cosmonaut on board the station, Oleg Platonov, he is working inside the Russian segment. He'll maneuver the European robotic arm for Zubritskiy to be relocated to a work site housing a high-resolution camera. This high-resolution camera was part of a Canadian commercial endeavor installed on the Zvezda service module during a pair of spacewalks in December of 2013 and January of 2014 by Oleg Kotov and Sergey Ryzhikov. Its work having been completed, this camera and its mounting platform will be removed from Zvezda, and Zubritskiy, with his feet planted at the end of the European robotic arm and a foot restraint, will jettison that hardware, retrograde from the station a bit later in today's spacewalk. Alexey, go ahead. Please check the temperature control handle. Is it going to the maximum position at 0? And how do you feel the temperature inside? The handle is to the maximum upper position. It's warm. It's not hot, but it's warm. It's warmer than comfortable. You know, you can take the toggle switch, which is heat and cold, on STR, the control panel, put it in the cool position. It will adjust the regulation onto the cooler side. Copy, will do. I have adjusted it to cold. Artyom, connector FP9-2 is mated and closed. Copy. Right now, please stand by. Just stay next to panel 9. Just stay there. Artyom,
Please let us know what do we do with the caps. Caps, you need to wire tie them near panel 8, where we have a bundle of the cables. At the base of the cables, just tie them securely there. Will do. In work. We have 2.5 minutes prior to leaving the orbital night. Copy. And we're waiting for the dawn. Actually, it's about to come on, the dawn.
The dawn being referred to in that translation from Sergey Ryzhikov outside of the space station refers to the station passing into an orbital sunrise momentarily as it flies 260 miles to the south of Japan, moving from southwest and northeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator.
Let us check it for you.
We're also about to move into a handover between satellites on our tracking and data relay satellite system, so we'll lose our video for just a couple of minutes until we reacquire communications capability.
With your voice, how you feel inside, with your level of comfort, please position it in position 3. Installed. So switch it, adjust it to position 3. 30 seconds before orbital day. Copy. So we'll lose video for about 4 to 5 minutes, and in 2 minutes we'll have drop in audio com for about 1.5 minutes. We copy. And the telemetry should be regained in a little bit. So when the orbital day comes, please take photos of panel 8 and 9 and position yourself on both sides of MLE block, but please do not start any activities until we confirm that the connection is secure. Will do. Copy. Alexey? Go ahead. Where are you planning to wire tie the caps? You told us next to panel 8, in the vicinity of panel 8. That is correct. So we are not receiving video signal right now. So once you secure them, please tell us with voice where you've secured them, and then take some photos as well. Will do. Alexey? Via the telemetry, we can confirm there is cooling is happening in your suit, and the suit should be cooler now. Do you feel that? Yes, and I confirm I feel the suit is cooler. It is cooler now. That is excellent. So if it becomes too cold and uncomfortable, then just adjust the handle to 0 position, and the mode of cooling has changed. It's adjusted, self-adjusted. Therefore, it'll be cooler from now on. Copy. So I'm moving the handle to 0 position, and then I will be self-monitoring my feelings and my comfort level. Will do.
And as the station is about to move into an orbital sunrise, a good view of the 2 spacewalkers clamoring about the Nauka multi-purpose laboratory module.
Can you see the location? I think while it's...
We're ducking in and out of communications capability on our tracking and data relay satellite system. We will lock up with some solid comm here in just a couple of minutes. 1 hour, 50 minutes into the spacewalk, the molecular beam epitaxy experiment has been attached to the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. Its 4 sets of electrical connectors have all been hooked up, and the 2 cosmonauts, Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy, are about to move on to the next work for today's spacewalk. That being the movement of the 2 cosmonauts from this first work site to the Zvezda service module for the removal of a high-resolution camera that has been operating outside of the station for the past 12 years.
From the MLA. Yes, you are good to remove it. And according to our telemetry, the connectors are mated. Perfect.
And that word indicating that the electrical connectors for the molecular beam epitaxy experiment are all hooked up, with telemetry being received at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow. The crew is running about 20 minutes ahead of the spacewalk timeline. The spacewalk having begun at 12:10 p.m. Central Time, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time.
Sergey, Alexey, go ahead.
В районе 9-й платцы мы закончили работы.
Do you finish activities near panel 9? No? Copy.
Солнце вышло, но станция в тени, фотографии сейчас не получится.
Yeah, we're still in eclipse. We won't be able to make photos yet. Right now, I'm securing the caps, and once I finish, I will go and take some photos. Okay. Once you finish working at Connect Dispatch Panel 9, we'll start moving the robotic arm. Copy.
Крышки зафиксировал.
I secured the caps.
Принято.
Copy.
Готов выполнять фотографирование.
I'm ready to take some photos.
Принято. Приступай.
Copy, you have a go.
Можно единым...
Artem, and shall we receive a go for vacuum valve operation? Yes, stand by.
Алексей, а там как будто показалось, что камера работала, да?
It seemed like I saw a flash. No.
Я поэтому перезапустил, что
I restarted it
было активным.
Текущее
so that
время
I could
ВКД
see the
2
panel
часа ровно.
in the frame.
Принято.
2 hours is the lapse DVA time.
Нет, идем хорошо. У нас главный
We are on schedule.
был это под зону попасть с телеметрии, так что все
The main
хорошо,
thing
всё
was
идем ровно.
for us to be in the compass area when we were working with the
У меня
connectors,
вопрос,
so
нужно ли вам
we're
несколько
good
минут
with
сейчас
that.
отдохнуть, Алексей? Ты с разъемами
Do
активно
you
работал
need a
с
couple of
крышками.
minutes to rest? Alexey, you did a pretty good job with those caps.
Съемку завершу, скажу. Пока нормально.
For now, I'm feeling good. Once I finish taking photos, I'll let you know.
Вакуумного клапана.
Okay, Sergey, then you have a go to open the vacuum valve.
Добро на открытие вакуумного клапана.
Okay, copy, go to open the vacuum valve.
Да, Алексей, тебе просто надо отдохнуть, потому что дальше у нас
Alexey, you
будет
need
два любимых болта.
to rest a bit because after that you'll have to work with your favorite bolt. Okay, I got it.
Так, ну я тут прикрыл 9-ю плату.
Okay, I
Знаете,
closed panel 9.
Нет,
Copy. Do you want me to take photos of it? Disclosure.
Сейчас, да?
Well, actually, do you have the camera on now?
Тогда мы увидим потом.
Okay, then we'll see it later. And I have opened the vacuum valve. Copy.
Артем, видно, как подвязаны крышки?
Artem, can you see the caps, how they are tethered? Yes.
Тут была вот когда петля слабина, я ее подвязал сюда.
So there's sort of a loop, and I tied it to the rest of the bundle.
Хорошо, вроде не так сильно.
Okay.
Не такая большая слабина, как мы ожидали.
I don't see a big length of cable as we expected, and it looks good. Yes, I agree.
Сейчас сниму.
Let me take some photos.
Подскажи, что с сефти с этим делать?
What do we do with this
Толком не закрою?
MLI flap?
Или просто подвести его на велкро?
Do you want me to secure it with Velcro somehow?
Клеить и оставить?
And leave it like this? Alexey, this is enough. Okay, copy. So what do you want us to do with the MLI flap? It will be attached on one side only. So for these connectors, they are allowed to operate without MLI flap. Okay, copy. Just try to secure it so it's not floating around. And maybe you could tuck it under the cables. Okay, I'll try that. Sergey? Yes.
Скажи, с твоей стороны, где уже 2 болта красных откручено, ты наблюдаешь просвет между фланцами?
On your side, do you see the gap between flanges where the red bolts are located? Yes. I can see the gap. Okay. I attached one side, Artem. Copy.
И, Алексей, по готовности 2 болта.
And Alexey, you're go to work with the 2 bolts once you're ready. Copy. Shall I remove the wire tie?
Если это не помешает, не сильно тяжело, то лучше забрать. Всегда пригодится.
If it's not too hard, it's better take it. We'll make use of it. Okay, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 5 minutes into today's Russian spacewalk. Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergey, Ryzhikov, the station commander, and Alexey Zubritskiy continue to work outside of the Nauka module of the International Space Station. They have opened a vacuum valve associated with the molecular beam epitaxy experiment that they mounted and hooked up to electrical connectors on the outside of Nauka a short time ago. They're in the process of releasing a series of bolts that held the experiment itself to a mounting platform, and we'll tighten up other bolts so that that experiment is securely in place on the outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Вы уже оба разместились возле МЛЭ.
Both of you are near the MLE payload, and I would go to start error motion. Yes, it's safe to move the arm. Please stand by for Alexey to attach his tethers. Okay, Alexey, then we're waiting for you to go. Okay. I'm ready. Copy. I'm near the MLE payload. Okay. Let's continue working. And in the meantime, you will be monitoring error motion once it starts. Copy. And I'm starting to unscrew the red bolts.
Again, these series of bolts being referenced by the two cosmonauts associated with the molecular beam epitaxy experiment and how it is mounted to a mounting platform. The experiment has been installed on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, and there it is in the field of view. The two cosmonauts are cleaning up the final steps associated with this top priority for today's spacewalk, the 276th, in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades.
In the hydro lab? Yes, a lot easier.
Но у нас болты для вас уже были припасенные, всю смазку израсходовавшие.
Well, the bolts that we used for your training were quite old. Okay. Copy. And in here, the wrench doesn't drop down.
The International Space Station is crossing the border between Idaho and Nevada, moving from northwest to southeast at an altitude of 260 miles above the Earth. All of the station's systems are in good shape. The other crew members working inside the station, with the exception of cosmonaut Oleg Platonov, who is operating the European robotic arm from a workstation inside the Russian segment. That's the arm that transported Sergey Ryzhikov to the work site for the installation of the molecular beam epitaxy experiment, and which will transport Alexey Zubritskiy once they remove the high-resolution camera from the Zvezda service module. Zubritskiy will have his feet planted in a foot restraint at the end of the arm for the jettisoning of that high-resolution camera a bit later in today's spacewalk.
No, I'm doing fine with the wrench. So the ratchet doesn't even engage. It's rotating easily. And now 1.5 turns to the inside. Yes. Unintelligible.
The molecular beam epitaxy experiment that you're seeing in this view from Alexey Zubritskiy's helmet camera is an experiment designed to see how well high-quality thin films and crystals can grow in the vacuum of space, also to see whether semiconductor material can be grown in the vacuum of space at a more efficient rate.
I got it. I finished one bolt. Copy. It's completely released. And it's screwed.
This is the second spacewalk in Ryzhikov's career, the first for Zubritskiy. The two cosmonauts will venture back outside the International Space Station just 12 days from now, on October 28th, for another spacewalk that is designed to install additional experiments on the outside of the Russian segment of the station and to relocate a control panel on the Nauka multipurpose service module that is used to help operate the European robotic arm.
And I can see that, yeah. Artem, I'm starting to unscrew the second bolt. Copy, you have a go.
A good view of Alexey Zubritskiy from the helmet camera of Sergey Ryzhikov, the station commander, as he continues to secure the molecular beam epitaxy experiment on the outside of Nauka. The two cosmonauts have a few more steps associated with the experiment, including the installation of a cassette that will collect data on how well the experiment is processing the growth of high-quality thin films and crystals. That cassette actually will be retrieved by the two cosmonauts as part of the workload associated with the next Russian spacewalk planned for October 28th.
Moscow station, what about the camera? Is there a possibility to route it here? Unintelligible. TV2 to Sudai. Go ahead. We are preparing to perform the next task, and we're asking you to move to the outer side of MLE payload. Copy. Let me finish this activity, and I'll do that. I guess it's up to the ground. Artem? Did you hear our comms? No, I missed it. Can you repeat that? Era operator is asking Alexey to move aside. Maybe he should finish his activity and then move. Yes, let's stand by with Era operations for now. Sudai V to EV2. I copied the report. Once you finish, then you'll move aside for Era motion.
I backed out the second red one. I'm going to secure it momentarily.
Принято, второй болт
Copy.
откручен,
You
два красных болта
removed
откручено.
the second bolt. You removed 2 red bolts.
Теперь нам осталось
Now
закрутить два синих болта.
you need to tighten or screw into blue bolts. Okay, I'm going to secure the red one first.
Принято, тебе надо отдохнуть?
The 2 cosmonauts continue to tighten bolts for the molecular beam epitaxy experiment, as you can see in this helmet camera view from Alexey Zubritskiy, making sure it is securely fastened to the monoblock, as it's called, a mounting platform, if you will, on the outside of the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Okay, go ahead and start tightening it. We got it. Was it the walking nut?
На двух она. Не видно на видео, Артем?
Do you see the video? Do you see the video, Artem? No, I am not seeing this. What do you see? Tell me.
Болту, контролочная гайка.
There is a walking nut on the blue bolts.
Давайте авайс-грипсом у нас получится с покупцами.
Do you think
Или подкрутить?
you can rotate it using vice grips? I will try.
Алексей,
Alexey,
пробуй. Или ты руками она крутится?
are you able to rotate it using the hands?
Что-что?
Попробуй немножко открутить болт
The last.
и рукой попробовать гайку это покрутить.
Да, я так и сделал. Рукой.
I was doing that with your hands.
Давай тогда узкогубцами.
Try to use pliers. Don't use your fingers.
Ну, давай, держу. Да, придержите.
Hold it.
Сейчас попробую.
I'll try.
Можно и узкогубцами попробовать.
We can use
Можно
vice
быть
grips
динозавриками, если
and also
получится.
dinosaur, the dinosaur tool.
Давай, подержу.
Notable. Notable. Could you remove your hand for now? Are you going to grip it? Yes. I don't think it will fit this way. Okay, here we go. Well, let me try. Artyom. Go ahead. Can I secure myself to the handrail on the hull of the MLM? Yes, you can. Yes, that is the range of the arm swing. That is the locking. That's the locking up. You got it? I got it.
This is Mission Control Houston, 2 hours 26 minutes into today's spacewalk. A good view of Station Commander Sergey Ryzhikov from the helm camera of Alexey Zubritskiy as the two cosmonauts continue to tighten bolts to securely fasten the molecular beam epitaxy experiment onto the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. 4 sets of electrical connectors have been hooked up, and good telemetry is being received at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow.
Alexey, Sergey.
Alexey, Sergey.
Нас на обоих болтах, да, так не крутятся гайки?
So both bolts have those nuts and they're not turning. Yes.
Есть предложение.
I have a recommendation.
Конструкцию фланцу малые.
These are the push-out bolts. Maybe you can try to wiggle the range under and slightly pull the lid ajar. On the other side, we just need a few millimeters space. What should we use to pull that up? Maybe you can try to open it and thread it in. Okay, from the other side? Yeah, from the car side. Okay, I got it.
Ну, этот самый болт, надо, чтобы в вакууме они...
So we are expecting the lid to move a jar to move up in vacuum. So the concern is that the force from the drive might not be sufficient to move it open. Speaking simultaneously. So what about wires? No, don't use wires. Try to use the dinosaur tool. Go try. What about wrench? So it's not going to move that way. Does it fit tightly? Yes. I will try to use mine. Try to use the dinosaur tool. Okay, let's try it. We can try to use the wrench. Sounds good. Okay, let me remove it. Okay.
The International Space Station flying 260 miles over southeastern Bolivia, moving from northwest to southeast. Again, this view of Sergey Ryzhikov from the helmet camera of Alexey Zubritskiy. 2.5 hours now into today's spacewalk. The first major objective is in the process of being completed. That is the installation and bolting of the molecular beam epitaxy experiment onto the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module.
Could you press it down? Do you see? Do you have vision? Can you see? Yes. Copy. Thank you very much. Did you see it? Okay, copy.
Ну, в принципе, давайте тогда дальше работать.
Well, let's continue working for next steps, or do you need a break? Well, I think we're okay for now, but we'll see later on.
Да, тогда давайте отойдем в сторонку еще.
Let's step aside to make sure Oleg can move the ear arm. Okay, copy. We move to the opposite side.
Принято.
Okay, copy. Will the aerial operator give us a go? We're going to relate to them. I think Oleg is able to copy. V1, V2, I see you moving to the other side, and we're ready to perform the ear arm maneuver. We're ready. Copy, I'm sending the command. watching the motion.
Да, в сторону.
Copy.
Она по касательной идет, по диагонали.
It's going diagonally.
Замещусь. Так, Алексей, у тебя?
Alexey,
На том чернее.
is it,
А ты с моей
are
стороны?
you watching? Yes.
Ладно, все там. Просто последний. Другое движение. В эту сторону идем.
We're moving to that side.
Пригнись, товарищ, да? Угу.
Inaudible.
Сергей, Алексей, по вашей
Alexey,
готовности
on
приступаем к
your
работе с кассетой.
go, we are ready to work with the cassette.
Траверсу, предварительно застраховав и сняв
We are ready
всех
to
адаптеров.
install it, but please secure it.
Принято.
Okay, copy.
Так, Алексей, я страхую заглушку. Ты как?
So I'm going to take the plug.
Я свободен. Рукоятку.
Handle.
Чуть-чуть подальше. Угу. Все. Принято. Так, фиксирую. Проволоку зафиксировал.
So the edge is secured.
Разматываю. Зафиксировали
We
карабином
secured,
пластмурет.
Принято.
use the hook to secure the cassette to the handrail.
Принято.
And then we just use the
одна
attachment.
точка, то надо вторую делать
If there
рукой.
is only one
The two cosmonauts continue to secure the molecular beam
Принято.
epitaxy experiment onto the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module and are in the process of installing an experiment cassette
Так, раскрутили.
into the experiment itself to collect data on how well thin films and crystals grow in the vacuum of space. That cassette will be retrieved by the two cosmonauts during their next spacewalk outside of the Russian segment of the station on October 28th.
So 1, 3.
Ответил.
EV1 to EV3. I am going to send the command for the next translation. Please monitor it. It's going to get close. So how about we finish installing the cassette and then we'll take a break. Okay, copy.
Установили. Надо закрыть. Нормально?
So we're going to close it. Okay, everything is fine.
Вот, все. Закрыли. Траверсу, кассета установлена.
I installed the cassette. Copy.
Тогда приступаем К извлечению заглушки.
Then start backing out the plug.
Так, от оператора Еры была
The Era
контролировать.
operator.
На контроле одновременно. Ера уже позади.
Era is behind us.
СМ.
Принято.
Copy.
Приступаем к работе с заглушкой.
We're going
Принято.
to
Тогда Олегу можно
start
продолжать,
working. Okay, then you can continue
Да,
working.
Олегу можно продолжать.
Yes.
Фиксирую заглушку
I'm securing the plug
карабином.
with the hook.
Молча. Снова раз. Вывожу проволоку
I am
из рукоятки
breaking
прижима.
it out with the locking handle.
Вывел.
I have backed it out.
Готов извлечь заглушку.
I am ready to work with the plug.
Есть забраться.
Artyom,
Повтори, пожалуйста.
Пропаскуем.
could you repeat your last?
Зафиксировал
I secured the
заглушку
plug
карабином раз.
using the red
Вывел
hook.
из-под рукоятки прижима.
I
проволочный
maneuvered
фиксатор. Готов
the
открыть и вывести
wire
заглушку.
tie from the locking handle.
Открывай и извлекаем.
I am ready to open the plug.
Принято, есть заброс.
Go ahead and open the SDK.
Нажал,
Okay,
перевел в открытое состояние.
it's now in the open configuration.
Заглушка извлечена.
Plug has been pulled out.
Принято. Теперь работаем с
Оставляем ее
кассетой.
в свободном
So
плавании.
we're going to leave it in it's secured, but it's free floating. I confirm.
Теперь приступаем к работе с кассетой.
Start working with the cassette.
Нет, мы сначала
Вот,
проволоку.
First, pull out the wire tie.
мы с Эрой закончили.
Are we done with the era
Ера
maneuver?
уже безопасно, тебя там сзади.
Era is behind you 2 meters away. 2 meters away.
Пропаскуем.
MCC Moscow ISS.
Да нет, как раз все правильно.
Did you say
Сначала
something? Yes,
проволоку
it
извлекаем
is correct.
из
First,
рукоятки,
pull out
а
the
потом
wire
работаем с блокировкой рычажка.
and then work with blocking the lever. Copy.
Эру мы не контролируем. Я контролирую.
323. Yes, I'm monitoring era.
Нас за
It's
тобой.
behind you.
Вот сейчас вот солнышко неудобно светит.
So the sun is shining in a way that it's not very convenient for us.
Так быстро пускать плоховато видно. Тебе удобно?
У нас через...
По свету. Да, нормально.
Is it okay for you? Yes,
Хорошо,
it's fine.
через
Simultaneously. We're
рукоятку
ready to
режима подложи кассеты.
secure
Принято,
the
приступаем. У
handle.
нас через 7 минут 7.
The eclipse will start in about 7 minutes.
Принято. Так, Алексей, с своей стороны.
Okay, copy. I'm going to hand it over to you from that other side. Copy.
И сразу ее... Так, на заглушку, да?
So you're going to give me the plug?
Да, давай, чтобы лишнего. Сейчас, я возьму. Сейчас. Перекрутилась, малеха? Я сейчас.
Did you turn it around?
Она чуть-чуть там зацепилась в себя. Да. Давай назад. Да. Давай назад, как раз эта перекрутка, она нам поможет.
2 hours, 43 minutes into today's spacewalk.
Back.
Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy continue to work with the molecular beam epitaxy experiment. It has been secured to Nauka. to the multipurpose laboratory module, as the two cosmonauts are in the process of installing an experiment cassette into the instrument that will collect data on the rate of growth of materials in the vacuum of space, super thin materials and crystals, all with the idea in mind to try to perfect better techniques of growing semiconductor material outside of ground-based experiment contingency and capability. The two cosmonauts opened the hatch to the Poisk module airlock at 12:10 p.m. Central Time, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time today, made their way outside. Ryzhikov planted his feet in foot restraints at the end of the European robotic arm that is prominent in the field of view, and was transported over to Nauka to receive a handoff of this molecular beam epitaxy experiment from Zubritskiy. When this work is complete and this experiment cassette is finally installed, the next task will be moving Zubritskiy at the end of the robotic arm over to the Zvezda service module, where he and Ryzhikov will then release a high-resolution camera monoblock. This high-resolution camera was installed on a pair of Russian spacewalks in December of 2013 and January 2014. Its operation is now complete. It will be removed from Zvezda and jettisoned by Zubritskiy retrograde from the station a bit later in today's spacewalk.
So we're going to pinch it off here. So, yes, we did route the handle. Yes, we blocked the handle. Copy.
Сейчас у нас Гера подошла.
Is it going to be taking too long?
Телеметрии тут не будет у нас проверки.
Speaking simultaneously.
No.
I'm talking about the video.
Мы наблюдаем только обзорную камеру, именно нашлемную камеру сейчас высокую температуру показали, и поэтому их отключили от перегрева.
Right now, your helmet cameras are showing high temperature, and that's why they were turned off.
Давайте, может быть, тогда, чтобы мы дождались.
Maybe we can wait for the cassette operation. We can go back, Alexey, to working with Ira, and we can go from that position to manual. No, manual alignment is not required. So they're 10 centimeters to structure. Are you able to reach the handle? Okay, that's fine. We can activate the brakes. Yes. Should I put that away? Okay. Go ahead. That's the long one.
У нас через 1,5 минуты начнется тень.
Eclipse is going to start in a minute and a half.
Только транслировать в темноте.
It's going to transmit in the dark, so you can remove those and work with the cassette. You can remove the wire.
As Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy complete work with the installation of the experiment cassette in the molecular beam epitaxy experiment, Alexey inside the Russian segment of the station at a workstation has completed the relocation of the European robotic arm to the work site for the removal of the high-resolution camera that will be the next task on today's menu for the two Russian cosmonauts.
It seems it's not operational anymore. What about this one? Is it installed? Sergey, please repeat what is not operational. No, everything is good. No worries. Copy. Just attach it. We've attached it. We've removed the wire tie. So it should not interfere with the installation. Copy. So you've removed all the wire ties, including the mechanical adapter. We have only one wire tie left on the mechanical adapter. Copy. That's good. So now we'll clear all the hardware and prepare for the next steps. This is the cassette. Here we have another wire tie.
Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy are completing the removal of a series of wire ties holding down a protective cap on the molecular beam epitaxy experiment. This is about the final few steps in this top priority procedure associated with today's spacewalk by the two Roscosmos cosmonauts. There's a view of Ryzhikov wearing the Orlan suit bearing the red stripes. He is the commander of the International Space Station, joined on this spacewalk today by Alexey Zubritskiy. This is Ryzhikov's second spacewalk, the first for Zubritskiy.
Do you want to try it this way? No, it will not fit. Can you maybe move it on from your side? Maybe. Alexey will have a brief LOS. Artyom, can you tell us when we have a go to install cassettes? In about 15 to 20 seconds, we'll have a LOS. Once we are AOS, we will start. We'll resume. Copy. We'll be standing by. I don't think it gets in the way in this position. You just align it just like that. Just do it from your side, the wire tie. Okay, in that case, maybe we should try to do it. Maybe do it under the handle, and you hold it from the sand, and I will be opening it then.
Sergey, Alexey.
Sergey, Alexey. Go ahead.
Ну, вроде как перерыв закончился.
We seem to be AOS. We can press on. And that was a good brief rest for you as well. Copy. We are ready. Everything is ready. So we're ready to open it up and turn the handle and secure the cassette. Copy. Are you seeing us? You have a go. Yes, we are receiving the video. So we've got to go to press on. The handle, the one that secures, is transitioned to the neutral position. I pressed on it. It's in the open position. So it's secured in the open position. So we start retracting it. Copy. Please proceed. See some kind of balls flying around very accurately, very carefully. Towards me, all right. It works. That's it. It hasn't reached the end yet. Now it has. Why can't I put it in a fixed position? It hasn't reached yet. Just let's go back to open position. Now we are there. Now I pressed it. Now we've got it. Now it's mated. So the cassette is in place securely. Copy. Can you pull the handle with your hand and just shake it up a little bit? Yes, of course. I've checked it. Copy. Thank you. Now, let's mate the connector. I have removed the wire tie. The handle is in a safe, secure position. Copy. You can remove the red tether from the handle, from the handrail. Copy this one. Yes. From the cassette. This one, I don't see it. Here it is. I see it. Let me do it from my side. It's easier. Or from the... Probably it will be better. Okay, I've captured it. And I've handed it. And I've got it. The interface is clear. And you can start installing the cap. Copy. In work.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours into today's spacewalk by Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy. They're installing a protective cap on the molecular beam epitaxy experiment monoblock.
Has been mated.
Basically over the cassette casing. This experiment cassette will collect data on how well super thin materials and other cells grow in the vacuum of space, with the idea in mind of trying to improve the growth of semiconductor material.
I will just wait for Alexey here, because he's just opposite the staff. Copy. So the caps have been mated. The connector has been mated as well and closed. Copy. I can take it now. Sounds good. I've taken it. Holding. You see the profile, so probably It cannot just take any position. It has to be in a certain position, just like that. There's a contact. And I'm applying the wire tie.
ВКД 3 часа 3 минуты.
EVA PT time is 3 hours, 3 minutes. So shall I remove the red? Yes. Remove.
Sergey,
the next task will be to take photos from your side of the installed MLE block. Alexey, you will need to remove the BDK protective cover, mate it to the crew lock bag, and then take photos from your side. In the orbital night. Is that correct? I can remove it from PDK now, but what about photos? We still have 20 minutes before we go into the orbital day. So do we have a go then to take photos during the orbital night? Yes, you have a go for that. So even though it's dark, you can still take photos with good visibility, and because we still have over 20 minutes before we go into orbital day. Copy will do. I have secured the BDK cover with the red tether. Copy. I have removed one of the transportation tethers and secured it to the handrail behind the equipment. Copy. I have removed the second transportation tether. Copy. And I have attached it to the crew lock bag. Copy. Second transportation tether has been attached to the handle of the crew lock bag, and then by the cover will be removed. Copy. Copy. My camera will not open, will not start. Maybe I failed to turn it off last time and now it got discharged. I don't know. I copied the report. If it doesn't work, then we will not be able to do anything. So are you saying you're pressing the button, start, and nothing happens, it doesn't come on? That is correct. Copy. We'll take that into account in the future. So maybe at some point the button got stuck and then it just used up the power, it finished the work. BDK cover has been taken down. I'm going to attach it to the crew log bag. Secure it with the crew log bag. Copy. Unintelligible. Okay, I'm holding it. I have released it. Alexey, don't go too far. There's error right there. The cover, BDK cover has been secured with a wire tie to the crew log bag and transportation tether as well. Copy. Alexey, can you see if your glisser is operational? I'll look. Sergey, can you try yours as well? Just in case. Trying. Yes, I've turned on my video camera and or the digital camera, and it works. All right, in that case, using your camera, please take photo of the protective cap and the installation scene. Mine just switched on for a second and then it turned off. So I think this is a confirmation that the charge is used up, so the battery got discharged. So we'll take that into account for the future. Alexey, could you tell on your camera what's the charge percentage? Full. Copy. All right, we'll be in a saving mode just in case, since we only have one. So we'll be frugal with it. I can hand my camera to take pictures from the other side. Please do that. Please hand over the camera. Waiting. Transferred. Received. In that case, turn off the camera. And Alexey, you can go to PRM. Copy.
Sergey.
Sergey? I can't really see that well. I don't see that well. You please start translation towards the area where you need to go, but do not go further than Pyram because Alexey needs to go in there first. Copy. Camera charge. I have 4 out of 6 bars. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 11 minutes into today's Roscosmos Spacewalk. Cosmonauts Sergey, Ryzhikov, and Alexey Zubritskiy are wrapping up work with the installation, the bolting, and the experiment cassette installation phase of the top priority of today's spacewalk, which was the installation of the molecular beam epitaxy experiment on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. This experiment, which is now affixed to Nauka, aims to grow high-quality thin films and crystals in the high vacuum of space, which can lead to improved materials for electronics, solar cells, and other technologies. The alternative point of the experiment is also to see whether or not semiconductor materials can be enriched in its growth in the vacuum of space through this experiment, which will see experiment cassettes installed and removed and brought back to Earth for analysis by the scientists who were in charge of developing this particular experiment. Once this is complete, the 2 cosmonauts will make their way down to the Zvezda service module. In particular, with Zubritskiy ultimately getting in a foot restraint at the end of the European robotic arm for the removal of a high-resolution camera that was installed some 12 years ago during a pair of Russian spacewalks. It is no longer operative, so it will be removed and jettisoned by Zubritskiy a bit later in today's spacewalk. The 2 cosmonauts also have on the docket the cleaning of a window on the exterior of the Zvezda service module and the removal of an experiment cassette from the exterior area of the Poisk module that is involved in collecting data on materials exposure to the environment of low Earth orbit. So 3 hours, 14 minutes into the spacewalk, the 2 cosmonauts, a few minutes behind the timeline, wrapping up work with the installation of the molecular beam epitaxy experiment, about to move on to the second task, the release and jettisoning of the high-resolution camera monoblock on the Zvezda service module.
And shall I just be standing by? Yes, Sergey, please do. Wait. Copy. And EV2 is going into the foot restraint. Copy. Then we'll be standing by. We have less than 7 minutes. Once the sun appears, we'll give all the command to prepare the movement. And while he's preparing, we'll wait. Copy. How do you feel? Are you tired after the working with Emily block? Your hands, arms? No, everything is nominal. We're good. Yes, and of course working with the wire ties required a lot of small detailed movements of the hands. Yes, I agree. Fine movements. Sergey, when you move, when you release the tethers from your arms, is the movement of the tethers too far? No. So the springs basically work. And
with the International Space Station flying in darkness over the southern portion of China, we're about to move into an orbital sunrise as Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy take a breather for a few minutes. The next task, again, will be for them to move on to the Zvezda service module to begin work to release the high-resolution camera that was installed during a pair of Russian EVAs in December of 2013 and January of 2014, ultimately jettisoning that camera and its monoblock, a mounting platform. That will be Zubritskiy's task. He has already placed his feet in a foot restraint at the end of the European robotic arm for that work.
Okay, so let's see how you will work on the pointing platform, and maybe it will be less comfortable, and you would want to use the feet to secure yourself. Less than a minute and a half to sunrise. The gloves are normal. We are feeling fine. Copy. I can see the photo of Sergey Okay, can you see it on the camera? Yes, we know about this Easter egg.
там не только. Да, там не только, да.
There are a few of them.
Они выцвели уже.
Okay, but there is a bit of discoloration.
Я думал, что они срывают, ну, их... Понял.
I thought they are removed before flight, but now I see.
Это задумка. Циолковский,
I
Королев,
see Korolev, Tsiolkovsky,
Алексеевич
Yevnikevich,
и Владимир Алексеевич.
and Vladimir Alexeyevich.
Один творческий человек, творческий подошел к делу.
Well, there was a really creative person working on this one. I agree.
Да, не будем озвучивать.
Yes, let's not call them by their name.
Сейчас начнем движение. Манипулятор.
And we are about to start error motion.
Алексей, и к тебе просьба тогда
Alexey,
поснимать окружающую обстановку.
During installation, please take some photos of the surroundings,
Когда будешь его уже наблюдать, когда ты вернешься.
including photos of the service module. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 3 hours, 22 minutes into the spacewalk. Alexey Zubritskiy about to take a ride at the end of the European robotic arm being operated by Oleg Platonov inside the Russian segment of the station. Platonov will maneuver the European robotic arm toward the Zvezda service module so that Zubritskiy can work along with Sergey Ryzhikov in the removal of the high-resolution camera monoblock. The molecular beam epitaxy experiment has been installed on Nauka and secured in place with a brand new experiment cassette to collect data having been installed in that experiment.
So the movement will be to the right from TV crew member. The antenna is on the left. And let me move aside. I can see the motion.
The view from Alexey Zubritskiy's helmet camera as he begins to move at the end of the European robotic arm toward the Zvezda service module.
Я думаю, можно сейчас, у нас перемещение будет 15 минут, и можно все это время снимать на камеру. Когда подойдешь к HRC поближе, в этот момент уже можно будет обзорные кадры издалека модулей в хорошем разрешении нам всегда полезны.
Once you reach the HRC, you may deactivate the camera, but generally these photos are very useful. Sergey, and you can start translating towards SM and the HRC once the era starts motion. Copy. I'm ready for translation.
Алексей, как твое самочувствие?
Alexey, how are you feeling?
Отлично.
Excellent.
Принято.
Copy.
На Эре еще лучше.
And mine is even better. Copy.
Алексей, у тебя сейчас максимальная скорость Веры, с которой может она перемещаться.
Alexey, you are traveling at maximum air speed right now. Copy. I can feel the wind.
В данный момент, а в целом на этом перемещении.
I mean, not in general, but for this particular motion. Copy. Sergey? Yes?
Просьба не торопиться, соблюдать протокол страховки.
Please don't rush and follow tethering protocol. Be careful.
Алексей, как самочувствие?
Alexey, how are you feeling?
Отлично.
Excellent.
A good view of the two Roscosmos cosmonauts being relocated to the next work site on the Zvezda service module for the removal of the high-resolution camera monoblock that Zubritskiy will jettison retrograde from the station. Once it is removed, he'll be manually jettisoning this apparatus. The camera was part of a Canadian commercial endeavor and installed during a pair of Russian spacewalks in 2013 and 2014, has been operating since then, but is no longer operating or of any particular use. The jettison will occur with Zubritskiy pitching this monoblock about 30 degrees down and yawing 30 degrees. There are no concerns on clearances. It will be jettisoned retrograde with no chance of recontacting the station. This is a 180-pound object that measures 2 feet by 4.6 feet by 2.3 feet.
Второй третьему. Отвечаю.
EV2 to suit IB.
Нет достоверной
Go ahead.
картинки о положении сети внешнего обзора. Просьба докладывать.
I don't see the full view from the camera. Please report if there is little clearance to structural members. Copy. For now, we have a good clearance over 2 meters. Copy.
Можно выключать камеру.
Alexey, you are going to deactivate the camera. Let's save the battery for future offs. Copy. And the charge level is 4 bars. Copy.
У нас на отталкивание много еще съемки будет времени. И подведение после
We'll have some more time to take photos doing Jettison and for window cleaning and SKK cassette operations. So you'll have plenty of photographs to take in the future. Copy. I deactivate the camera. Copy. Sergey? Yes.
При переходе на СМ,
When translating to the SM, be careful.
Предыдущие экипажи говорили, что в районе
members
там не самая чистая поверхность, и руками там лучше не кататься. Так что здесь
near the MMOD screens, the surface is not very clean, so it's better not to touch it with your hands. Copy.
Второй третьему. Отвечаю.
EV2 to suit IB.
Следующее движение
Go ahead.
будет вблизи коллиментной
Next motion will be close to structure. Please be careful and let me know if the clearance is not enough, and I'll stop motion. Copy.
3 hours, 35 minutes into today's spacewalk, Alexey Zubritskiy continues to be maneuvered toward the next work site along the Zvezda service module at the end of the European robotic arm, where he will begin work with Sergey Ryzhikov to remove the high-resolution camera monoblock and prepare it to be jettisoned. Zubritskiy will manually jettison this camera that has been operating since 2014 as part of a commercial endeavor between Roscosmos and a private Canadian company.
How are you doing?
Страховать за МЛМ карабин, а тот, который на СМ, чуть дальше просто протолкнуть на следующий корпус. Все уже получилось, наблюдаю.
Okay, I can see that you got it.
Если требуется отдых, можно отдыхать.
Copy, half a meter. 20 centimeters. Copy, 20. I think that's enough, Alex. I stopped motion. It's not stopping yet. It stopped. I think I have enough reach. Alexey, can you reach both the lock and the connectors? Well, if you lower me down 20, 30 centimeters, then I will be able to reach everything. And I can reach the connectors, but if possible, it would be nice if you could lower the portal work site down.
And a view from Alexey Zubritskiy's helmet camera of the high-resolution camera. The first step in the procedure for removing this camera and its monoblock, a mounting platform, if you will, is the demating of 3 electrical connectors. Once those connectors are demated, there will be photos taken, and then Zubritskiy and Ryzhikov will tether the camera, release it from its mounting platform on the Zvezda service module, and then the European robotic arm operated by Alexey will move Zubritskiy and the camera that he will be holding to the Jettison position aft of the International Space Station.
Solar array configuration good for translating further. Okay, let me check. I think that should be enough. Is it possible to move me down by 20 centimeters? Not now. Copy. Artem, do I have a go to press on? Copy. Please stand by.
Алексей, надо сейчас
перезапускать систему. You need to wait. Our system is being reset, and after that we will try to lower you by 20 centimeters. Okay, I got it. I thought it's impossible, but I copied your message and standing by. EV1 is here. Can you get to the other side because they're about to lower me down? Yeah, you could go and stand opposite to me near the solar array. Sergey, Alexey. Unintelligible.
Sergey, Alexey, как слышно?
Sergey, Alexey, how copy? We have you loud and clear.
Сейчас отдохните, ожидайте.
Please
Уточним прогноз
rest a little bit for now, and we'll check if the air arm could be reactivated. And after that, we'll come up with a solution of what to do next and how to position yourselves. Copy.
Алексей, пока ожидаем, сейчас ожидается еще небольшой перерыв связи.
Sergey, Alexey, we are continuing to stand by, and we are about to enter a brief LOS. Copy.
Слышно.
Sergey, Alexey, how do you read me? Read you loud and clear.
Прогноз по манипулятору у нас
The arm forecast about 15, 17
Также в данный
minutes
момент у нас
wait
открывают нашлемные камеры.
right now. The helmet cameras are going to be coming back on.
Следовательно, у нас до тени остается полчаса.
So it's about 30 minutes until the eclipse.
Тогда 10-15 минут
About 10-15 minutes.
После этого,
Take a break.
когда предвидится
After that,
работа манипулятора, начинаем распаковывать
when
разъемы
the arm operation
и
is
извлекать
nearby,
манипулятор для дальнейшего отталкивания. Ой, извлекать камеру для дальнейшего отталкивания.
then we're going to start using cameras for subsequent operations. Okay, copy. We're waiting for a go.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're 3 hours 55 minutes into today's spacewalk. The two Roscosmos cosmonauts, Sergey Ryzhikov, the station commander, and Alexey Zubritskiy, are taking a break at the moment. Quick breather before they press ahead to do the work associated with the release of a high-resolution camera that is on the Zvezda service module. Zubritskiy is at the end of the European robotic arm, his feet planted in a foot restraint, having been maneuvered into place right at the work site by cosmonaut Alexey, who is operating the arm from inside the Russian segment of the station. Zubritskiy and Ryzhikov will release a number of connectors holding the high-resolution camera in place. It then will be removed, and Zubritskiy will be maneuvered into a Jettison orientation aft of the Russian segment. The jettisoning of this camera that has been operating since early 2014 as part of a commercial endeavor with a Canadian company will be jettisoned out of harm's way of the station. No chance for recontact with the station. This is a 180-pound object, of course, no weight, no mass in weightlessness, but on Earth weighs 180 pounds, measuring 2 feet by 4.6 feet by 2.3 feet. This is a view from Zubritskiy's helmet camera as he simply takes a breath. He and Ryzhikov earlier installed a device called a molecular beam epitaxy experiment onto the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module. The aim of this experiment is to grow high-quality thin films and crystals in the vacuum of space. That experiment is now up and running, collecting data. A data collection cassette was installed in the experiment as part of that activity. It will be retrieved during the next spacewalk planned for October 28th by Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy, their second in 12 days. The International Space Station is flying 260 miles over the Atlantic Ocean just to the west of Ecuador, moving from northwest to southeast in an orbit inclined 51.6 degrees to either side of the equator. The spacewalk began at 12:10 p.m. Central Time, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time, with the opening of a hatch to the airlock on the Poisk module on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the station. The two cosmonauts, Ryzhikov in his second spacewalk of his career, and Zubritskiy conducting the first of his career, are now about to pass the 4-hour mark in today's excursion.
Alexey, как слышно?
Sergey, Alexey, how do you read me? Read you loud and clear.
Прогноз по манипулятору порядка 10 минут.
Another 10 minutes wait for the
по возможности. Алексей, ты говорил, что мы
helmet cameras are working. now.
Sergey,
And you mentioned that you can demate some of the connectors. Can you access the lock? Yes, of course.
Принято. Давайте приступать к
start demating the connectors and placing them in the zero clip.
Принято.
Copy.
У нас обесточен, так что можно смело.
Right now it's sun-powered, so you can start demating the connection.
Разъем Х5, РТД распакован.
X5 connector is demated.
Крышки надо делать?
Do you need to deal with the caps? No need if it's not going to get in the way.
Крышки надо закрыть на ФПД.
You need to close.
Having passed the 4-hour mark in today's spacewalk, Sergey Ryzhikov, wearing the Orlan suit bearing the red stripes as EV1 or extravehicular crew member number 1, is beginning the work associated with the demating of a series of electrical connectors holding the high-resolution camera onto the Zvezda service module. He is seen right here conducting that work from the helmet camera of Alexey Zubritskiy, who is mounted at the end of the European robotic arm in a foot restraint.
They're different. No, the other ones are here. They were left behind. They stayed over there. All 3 connectors are demated.
Alexey, я видел там на
Okay, copy. Alexey, I saw that you closed the X8 connector with the cover, with the cap.
Ну и на X2 тоже крышка есть. А на Х5 крышки нет.
Okay, and X5 does not have it.
Осталась одна крышка.
Does crew bag have a cover or a cap? The one with the key?
Проверим, но по-моему.
I will check, but I don't think so.
Вроде как на укладке оборудования мы оставляли одну крышечку на всякий случай.
I think we did leave a cap on in the equipment kit, just in case.
Нет, крышки нет, Артем.
No, Artem, there is no cap for the connector. Copy.
Да, вообще, в принципе, налезет, интересно. Попробовать ответную?
Should we try to use the
Проволокой тоже.
response side, use a wire?
Сейчас, подождите секунду, подождите.
Stand by 1 second.
Не, она не подходит.
No, that does not fit.
Она как раз Диаметр стирается ответной части.
Сергей, Алексей,
Sergey and
на
Alexey,
следующем выходе,
during the next
в
EVA,
смысле не на следующем, на 66-м выходе предполагается установка аппаратуры.
during the next EVA, there will be installation of equipment. So 1, 2, 3, and 8. So connector 5 is not going to be used. If it's not capped, it's okay.
Отлично.
That's great.
Потом с 3-го поставить на 5-й.
So maybe we can move the cap from connector number 3 to connector number 5 for now.
Будет и так сделать.
We can do that
Не
too.
знаю, будет ли потом еще после какая-то наука на ДПНе.
I don't know if we're going to need it for science research next time. Okay, copy.
Дырки есть, да? Дырки есть, куда их ходят? Дырки с моей стороны.
Your openings from your end, from your side, well, yes, they are, but I'm not going to be able to reach.
Когда... вижу. Давай я вытянусь. Там уже малые. Это для высокочастотного, наверное. Не, мне кажется, он в этот малый.
I think it can fit into the small diameter here between the handle.
Да.
Yes, over here.
Не дотянешься.
You don't think you'll be able to reach it?
Разъемы в лирках.
Connectors in the electrical clips.
Теперь надо засыхать.
Copy. Now you need to secure them.
Техник страхуем.
So,
Фидом страхуем за
yes, use the feet to secure them to the hard handrail.
За любую.
Any handle?
За ближайшую,
Которую
The nearest.
удобная.
Any nearest that's more convenient.
Нормально.
That'll do. It's secured.
Принято.
Copy.
Тогда дальше, Сергей,
Next,
ты открываешь замок.
Sergey, open the lock.
Есть добро, да?
So you're giving me a go.
Да.
Yes, I am.
Перевел в открытое положение.
So we're moving it to the open position. Copy.
Можно извлекать.
You can extract it.
Сейчас постараемся.
We're going to try now.
С той стороны. Вот, пошел.
It's moving.
Есть. Извлекли.
Принято, наблюдаю.
Copy. We're watching it.
Заглушку устанавливаю.
Now we're going to install the cap.
Сергей, теперь заглушку надо приставить.
Sergey, now you can install the cap.
Принято. Есть добро.
Copy. You're giving me a go.
Не открылся.
This didn't open, you probably need to rotate it. I close the cap. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 11 minutes into today's spacewalk. The view of Space Station Commander Sergey Ryzhikov from the helmet camera of Alexey Zubritskiy. Zubritskiy at the end of the European robotic arm and a foot restraint as the two cosmonauts work to demate a series of electrical connectors for the high-resolution camera that has resided on the Zvezda service module for the past 11 and a half years.
Yes, I am at the base.
A short time from now, once the camera is physically removed from its mounting platform, Zubritskiy will be holding the camera, and he will be maneuvered at the end of the robotic arm by cosmonaut Oleg Platonov, who's inside the Russian segment of the station, into an orientation to jettison that camera aft of the station. No chance for recontact with the station itself.
Можно начать движение.
You can start moving along plane 1.
Иллюминатор мы его закрыли, крышку сейчас.
We close the external cover of the window. Unfortunately, we won't be able to take the video. Okay. So we're going to be moving along plane 1, not plane 3.
Отталкивание, но тут уже, в принципе, не принципиально.
Well, it's not a major difference. I think we can do either.
Там просто солнечная батарея.
Well, there's along plane 2, there is solar array. We were positioning everything to move along plane 1. If you can do it, you can use plane 3. Okay, stand by. So you're going to route Alexey along plane 3, and I'm going to help and assist along plane 1. No. Along plane 2, you would need to go through the F-shape. F-shaped handrails. So it's going to be the translation along plane 3 is longer. Sergey, your reference point after the window. There is such instance along the handrails. We'll account for that during the translation. So you don't violate the safety guidelines. There will be F-shaped. Is it similar to 253? 1, 2, 3. You can move to the F-shaped handrail. Okay, copy. Alex is going to probably call you. We're about to start moving the arm. Copy. Most likely. We're going to deform the we're going to be pushing it away during the eclipse. We'll tell you when we start moving the arm.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 18 minutes into the spacewalk. Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy have unlatched a lock that has now released the high-resolution camera monoblock, its mounting platform from the Zvezda service module, on which it resided for the past 11 and a half years since it was installed at the completion of a pair of spacewalks in January of 2014. Those spacewalks were conducted by Alexey and Sergey Ryzhikov at that time as part of a commercial endeavor with a Canadian company. The high-resolution camera will soon be jettisoned by Zubritskiy aft of the International Space Station, which is currently flying 260 miles over the South Atlantic. We will be moving into an orbital sunset a short time from now.
And I'm right here. I'll be sending a command for motion. Alexey, do you see me? No, negative. And neither...
The current conversation is instructing Alexey to be prepared to maneuver the European robotic arm, upon which Zubritskiy is mounted in a foot restraint at the end of that arm, to the Jettison site. This will be about a 6-minute maneuver.
Copy.
The likelihood is that the Jettison would have to wait until we come back into daylight. We're not certain of that, but that has been the modus operandi for previous jettisons that have been conducted during Russian spacewalks out of the International Space Station.
Started motion. In about 1.5 minutes, we'll have orbital night.
Again, Alexey Zubritskiy being maneuvered at the end of the European robotic arm by Oleg Platonov, the arm operator for today, to the Jettison site. In a short time from now, we are expecting that high-resolution camera to be cast aside It's no longer needed on the International Space Station's Russian segment.
Alexey, when possible, please turn on the camera. Copy and work. Camera is on. Copy.
Ты где-то уже должен быть в районе экспозных поршней, да?
Sergey, where are you? You should be close to the P-type handrails just to translate to them. Is that correct? Could you look up where the area where you should supposed to be? The handrail, the soft handrail. Yes, I can see it. You can speak in simultaneously. 02. Yes. You can see Paros on the left-hand side. Yes, I can see it. Alexey, go ahead.
How
do you orient yourself in the darkness? Can you see the space station elements, components? Yes, I'm seeing them. See the structure. So do you see the side of the instrumentation compartment? Do you see other modules? Yes, I see SM and progress right now. So we are in the Jettison site right now, Alexey. Copy. Question. In addition to the station side, do you see the direction where you're supposed to jettison it to ensure that it's a safe jettison? Yes, I'm seeing that. And I see the horizon line as well. Copy. In that case, when you're ready, when you just try out the jettison, like a dry run, and if you don't have any difficulties or challenges with orienting the monoblock, then you can remove the tether and on our go jettison. Copy. Do you see Alexey? Yes, I can see Alexey.
Он в правильном направлении против
вектора скорости. He is in the right direction against the velocity vector. Unintelligible. It's hard to see.
Oleg Platonov is fine-tuning the positioning of Alexey Zubritskiy at the end of the European robotic arm for the upcoming jettison of the high-resolution camera that has been removed from the Zvezda service module.
Some of them are giving blinks and shine. Let me turn around and move it around. Okay, now it's good. I'm in a good position. Yes. The only thing is, Alexey, you are facing kind of across the module. Should you be at a 60 degrees, Artyom? Is that correct? 60 degrees? Yes. Do you have a confirmation that this is about 60 degrees angle in this position?
Отклонение не больше 60.
Yes, deviation should be no more than 60. Towards the horizon line. And I can see it. Yes, 45 towards the horizon line. 45 degrees. Yes, so based on your evaluation, it should be about 45 degrees and towards the horizon line. And based on your evaluation, it's safe. It will not touch the station components. That is correct. It should all be clear. Copy. In that case, Jettison should be with the velocity no less than 0.06 meters per second without the rotation. So as you're ready, you can untether the monoblock and jettison it. Copy. Can you see the view from my camera? In the dark, we can only see the white spot. Untethered. Copy. I'm ready to jettison. Copy. Have a go to jettison. Copy. It's going so well. Jettison is complete. Copy. Please keep monitoring the direction of the free float and keep recording using your glister camera.
And with that, the high-resolution camera that has resided on the Zvezda service module since early 2014 is now been cast away. The jettison occurring at 4:39 p.m. Central Time, 5:39 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 hours and 30 minutes now into today's spacewalk.
Of the object floating in the orbit. We copy.
The jettison occurring while the station flew south of Madagascar at an altitude of 260 statute miles.
Да, Сергей.
Sergey.
Движение по правой поручни, да?
So shall I translate back towards the SM? Yes, window.
За площадку заходи.
Yes,
И размещайся. Алексей, а ты
translate along the
камеру глизер.
handrail.
Once again, the high-resolution camera has been jettisoned by Alexey Zubritskiy as he had his feet affixed in a foot restraint at the end of the European robotic arm, and that jettison occurring at 4:39 p.m. Central Time, 5:39 p.m. Eastern Time, as the space station flew 260 miles south of Madagascar. We are in a brief handover between satellites on the tracking and data relay satellite system.
Is it R&D which secures...
And we'll be standing by for the next task that the Russian flight controllers there at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, they'll be instructing Ryzhikov and Zubritskiy shortly as to the next phase of today's spacewalk, which is beginning to move into the final phase, the home stretch. The spacewalk having begun at 12:10 p.m. Central, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time.
Текущее время ВКБ 4 часа 35 минут.
EVA PET time is 4 hours 35 minutes. Copy.
Давай третьему.
Second to the third, go ahead. Next task will be motion. Be ready for motion. Copy. If you're ready, we start motion. Ready. Go. EV1 is in the vicinity of SM window. Copy. We're standing by for Alexey. Alexey? Go ahead.
Как самочувствие?
How do you feel? Are you getting cold? Excellent. And not cold. It's a bit chilly, but not cold.
Принято.
Copy.
Скоро надо будет вспоминать, что ходить
Soon.
надо на фалах дальше.
We'll need to
Скоро закончится.
remember that we'll have to translate using the tethers, safety tethers again.
Но приспособление очень полезно.
But this is actually a great device.
Артем, мне надо быть верхней части,
Artyom, am I supposed to be in the upper portion
Верхний это
of
в
the
смысле,
PRM? When you say
ближе к иллюминатору или где?
upper
в смысле, где коллиматоры стоят?
portion, do you mean closer to the window?
Наверное, где-то в этой,
Коллиматором. Там
да,
же
Yes,
наверное, где-то в этой зоне, чтобы
probably
поддерживать.
within that zone, so you can support Alexey. And then using Alexey's camera,
хорошо.
take a video or photos of the window. Copy will do.
Ну, то есть, получается, Сергей, тебе
In other words, speaking simultaneously.
развернуться ногами в сторону
So-
коллиматора,
You will need
быть
to
на Алексея.
turn around, especially your feet, towards
Принято.
the PRM, and
И,
then
возможно,
you'll be able to support
наблюдать,
Alexey. And possibly
ну, из-за МВН
you will look
Алексея
from behind MVN,
необходимости
well,
показать
translation of Alexey, and if necessary, you'll be able to prompt and say what's the distance, what's the gap between the arm and the shell of the station. Copy will do.
О, что-то свет выключили в твоем окошке.
Now we see that there is no light inside your window.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 41 minutes into today's spacewalk. With Alexey Zubritskiy having jettisoned the high-resolution camera. That occurred about 12 minutes ago. Oleg Platonov, the Roscosmos cosmonaut operating the European robotic arm, is maneuvering Zubritskiy back into the orientation, after which he will remove his feet from a foot restraint and dismount from the end of the robotic arm. All this taking place while Sergey Ryzhikov has made his way to window number 1 on the Zvezda service module to do a bit of cleaning on that window.
With the window.
It will be documented, and that will leave only one more task on the docket for today, that being the removal of an experiment cassette from the outside of the Poisk module, where the airlock is located and where the 2 cosmonauts will enter to complete the spacewalk. The removal of that cassette is associated with an experiment that measures the effect of low Earth orbit environment on materials exposure activity. The materials exposure experiment, known as the SKK, has been outside various locations on the Russian segment of the station for a number of years. Earlier in the spacewalk, the two cosmonauts were able to install an experiment called the molecular beam epitaxy experiment on the Nauka multipurpose module. That experiment, as we've mentioned earlier in the coverage today, is designed to grow high-quality thin films and crystals in the vacuum of space with an eye towards perfecting semiconductor material.
It will not work.
That experiment now bolted into place, an experiment cassette inserted into the molecular beam epitaxy experiment, and that having been followed by the jettisoning of the high-resolution camera. So with that, the cleaning of one of the windows on the exterior of the service module by Sergey Ryzhikov is currently underway as Alexey Zubritskiy is maneuvered back into position where he will dismount the European robotic arm.
But then you'll just have to hook and break a few times. It probably will require the assistance of your fellow EV crew member. But Alexey will be on the opposite side, right? Yes. Then I was just thinking, why should we interfere with each other? He'll be on that side, I'll be on this side. He'll just give me the safety set the hook, and that's it. I propose we revisit this issue after the window cleaning is complete, so we'll see where ERA is positioned at and everything else. Sounds good. I copy. Second to the third, go ahead. Do you have a possibility to evaluate visually the distance from the space station? Yes, it's about more than 2 meters. When we are in motion, will you still have an opportunity to monitor the movement and tell me when we come closer and tell me stop? I will, because we are not receiving the views from the camera right now. I will do that. Second to the third, go ahead. I'm starting sending motion command, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 4 hours, 47 minutes into today's spacewalk. Just to recap, Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy opened the hatch to the Poisk airlock on the space-facing side of the Russian segment of the International Space Station at 12:10 p.m. Central Time, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time, to begin the 276th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This second spacewalk in Ryzhikov's career and the first for Zubritskiy has gone well. They have accomplished all of the tasks so far: the installation of the molecular beam epitaxy experiment, the removal of a high-resolution camera, and the jettison that occurred a short time ago by Zubritskiy as he stood in a foot restraint at the end of the European robotic arm being controlled today by cosmonaut Alexey from a workstation inside the Russian segment. Ryzhikov is completing the cleaning of one of the windows on the exterior of the Zvezda service module, and we expect the two cosmonauts to remove an experiment cassette from an experiment called the SKK. That's a materials exposure experiment that is mounted on the outside of the Poisk module before the two cosmonauts make their way inside to close the hatch and complete today's spacewalk.
У меня просьба, можешь еще сейчас заснять обстановку, включить камеру,
activate the camera, laser camera, and take some photos of the surroundings.
Да. Не знаю,
Okay.
информативно.
I'm not sure if this will be useful, but I'll do that. Well, it's better than nothing, and it's about 5 minutes to sunrise.
Какое количество зарядов на камере показывает?
What's the camera battery charge?
Секунду.
Please stand by.
Просит подтверждение.
Requesting a confirmation.
Запись включил.
I turned on the recording and I have 4 bars.
Принято из 6, да?
Copy. 4 out of 6.
4 из 6, да.
Yes, 4 out of 6.
Сколько до выхода из тени?
How much time do we have to sunrise? About 5 minutes.
3 минуты.
Almost 3 minutes.
Ну, может, когда выйдем, будет поинформативнее.
Maybe we can get a better video once we are in installation.
Sergey, Alexey, оцените расстояние до поручней манипулятором.
What's the distance to
И возможность
error
схода с
handrails?
манипулятора и фиксации на поручне.
I have 35-40 centimeters.
Ну, Алексей, наверное, дотянет. А так, я бы еще чуть-чуть
I
добавил.
would add a little bit more motion.
Алексей, ты можешь?
Down
Ты можешь?
relative to Alexey. Can you monitor it? Is this final error position? Yes, this is final position unless we need manual adjustment. I think I can reach.
Принято, мы ожидаем пока.
It's farther than previously, but I think I'll reach it. Okay, we're waiting for joint brakes to be activated on the error arm. Copy, and we have a minute and a half to sunrise. Copy.
Alexey.
Alexey? Yes.
Как у тебя тепловое состояние?
How's your temperature inside the suit? It's pretty cool.
Прохладненько? Понятно. Тумблер вот этот, тумблер тепло-холод, он в каком у тебя сейчас положении?
What's the current position of the warm-cold regulator? It's in warm?
Тепло поставил. Принял.
Okay, you put it in warm. Copy.
Сергей, а у тебя как тепловое состояние?
Sergey, what's your temperature conditions? It's fine.
Нормально.
It's not cold. And I have the regulator in the middle position. Copy.
Все, спасибо.
Okay, thanks. You're welcome.
Ера у нас на тормозах стоит.
We activated joint brakes. I suggest we wait for installation, take a little more images, and then start egressing the foot restraint. Copy. We're in sunrise. Copy.
MLM еще, похлоп подзаснять.
And maybe try to take some images of MLM and PHO. Can I rotate a little bit in the work site? No, don't rotate. Just move your hands to the side and try to take images sideways. But you can rotate the yakor foot restraint. Am I go to egress? Yes, you have a go to egress the foot restraint. Copy.
Алексей, был небольшой перерыв связи.
Sergey, Alexey, we had a brief LOS. Alexey finished imagery and start to connect to SM handrails and then go to window number 1. Copy. deactivating the camera and start translating. Copy.
После того, как ты уйдешь на F-образный поручень, мы начнем вращать солнечную батарею.
And once you are tethered to F-shaped handrails, we will start rotating the solar arrays. Copy.
Так, я включил камеру.
I activated my camera and it's working. Copy. That's good. How many bars do you have? I'm not sure how to tell you. All of them? I can't see any bars, Artem. Copy. I think I have one.
Sergey, лучше
Sergey?
закончить съемку, чем так снимать около коллиматоров, это там нежные.
It's better to finish imagery ops. The collimators are very sensitive, so
Но
better not
камера сейчас
disturb them.
отработала, коллиматоры заснял, да?
But you were able to take some photos of the collimators.
Принято. Тогда на всякий случай еще камера Алексея все-таки сделаем подсъем.
And then, just in case, unintelligible.
Время ВКД 5 часов 1 минута.
5 hours, 1 minute is the EVA elapsed time. Copy. I translated to SM handrails, but I barely reached them. So, say again. I completed translation to SM handrails, but I was barely able to reach them. Copy.
This is Mission Control Houston. We've just passed the 5-hour mark into today's spacewalk. Sergey, Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy are getting positioned by the window number 1 on the Zvezda service module to perform a cleaning of that window. One of the final tasks for today's spacewalk, the highlights of which the installation of a molecular beam epitaxy experiment and the removal of a high-resolution camera that had resided on the station for the past 11.5 years and which now was jettisoned by Zubritskiy as he stood at the end of the European robotic arm.
Alexey, you could use this handrail up top. It's very convenient to use it. EV2 is on the F-shaped handrail. Copy. TV1 and 2 to suit IV. Unintelligible. I see clearance to the robotic farm, and I'm planning to command opening window 9. Will it interfere with your ops? No, it's on plane 2. Copy. Unintelligible.
Alexey, твою каюту заняли.
Oh, I can see Johnny there. Okay, now I need to hold on to it. I'm holding you.
A good view of Alexey Zubritskiy from the helmet camera of Sergey Ryzhikov, the 2 cosmonauts right at the Zvezda service module.
I will be holding you like this. Okay. Unintelligible. I'm holding you. You're good. Artem, we are ready to start window cleaning. You have a go. Start from the center and move towards the edges in a spiral motion.
And the 2 cosmonauts about to begin the cleaning of service module number 1. You caught a brief glimpse through the pane of glass of NASA's Johnny Kim, who launched with Zubritskiy and Ryzhikov on Soyuz MS-27 back in April.
Unintelligible.
The cosmonauts using a soft brush, if you will, to ensure that no scratch marks are left on those windows.
Okay. How are you feeling? Do you feel it becomes cleaner? Talking simultaneously. Can you hold on the lower portion? Maybe back off a little bit. The window is clean, Artem, but it's hard to reach. Yes, I understand. It's at the reach limits of your hands, and there's nothing to grab to. Is this okay? No, put me closer. More.
Good view of window number 1 on the Zvezda service module, which was launched in July of 2000 as the main component of the Russian segment of the International Space Station.
I completed cleaning with the rough cleaner, and I'm ready to start working with cleaner number 2. Copy. You have a go.
Пока еще черненький.
I can see it's black on the edges.
Уже после первого стало лучше, да? Поверхность.
So the surface is better after cleaning with the first one. Yeah, we don't see the marks that we've seen before after cleaning with the rough cleaner. Copy.
Good view from the helmet camera from Sergey Ryzhikov as the space station flies 260 miles to the southwest of Alaska, moving from northwest to southeast.
Once you're ready,
All station systems in good shape. We are now 5 hours, 9 minutes into today's spacewalk.
okay, I'm pulling back. Closer.
Не получается?
You can do it? No. Okay. That it. Let me check.
Это, видишь, он края, это не... Это обечайка.
No, this is the shell. I agree.
Закончили очистку, да?
Do you complete the cleaning?
Так, одну минуту, Артем.
Please stand by, Artem.
Еще больше?
You want to clean a little bit more?
Закончили.
We finished?
Принято. Тогда убираем очиститель и надо его снять на глиссер.
Then let's stow the cleaning device and take some images with the Glisser camera. Coming. Copy.
So the two cosmonauts confirm that they have completed the cleaning of service module number 1, the window number 1 on the Zvezda service module. And we'll see what the Russian flight control team now directs the two cosmonauts to do as we head into the home stretch of today's spacewalk.
I'm taking photos.
Принято и коллиматор еще МВН. Подснять на всякий.
Copy, and please take some images of the collimators of the MVM payload. Did you do it? Okay, I'm handing it over. It's a bit too short. Okay, we completed the imagery. Thank you. Let's deactivate the camera and start translating towards the EVIC hatch to grab the enclosure.
And so that direction from the Russian flight controllers to the two cosmonauts indicating that the final task on tap for today's spacewalk is imminent, as the two cosmonauts will move away from the Zvezda service module and make their way towards the Poisk airlock, removing an experiment cassette container from a materials exposure experiment mounted on the outside of Poisk. After that's complete, they will enter the airlock, check their suits, and close the hatch to complete today's excursion.
Okay, Sergey and Era is starting to move, so keep that in mind. Sergey, you need to attach one of the hooks to the lower handrail, and the second one, be careful, there's a window there. Inaudible?
Да, не стоит. Нет? Нет. Рука не дотягивается мне.
I can't reach.
Я говорил, что зона неудобная.
I told you it's not a very convenient area. Okay, let's use the traditional path. So, are we translating? Translating towards the EV hatch. Yes. You need to reach the circular handrails of the SAM and then go towards plane number 3. And the solar array may be on the way.
Ну, Ера, она, по идее, в сторонке.
And Era arm is on the side. You may bypass using the soft handrails. If you want to suit IV. I'm commanding Era motion. Is it in the way? No. Copy. We will be monitoring.
fuel bucket stuck.
Alexey, мы сейчас не наблюдаем ваших нашлемных камер.
We do not see your helmet camera video. So can you please provide ongoing commentary? I am at 2424 handrail and I'm translating inaudible. So, is solar array rotation interfering? No, it's actually more convenient. Copy. Okay, that's the reason we turned it around. Rotated.
Ты уже в районе третьей плоскости?
Are you in the vicinity
Камера видно.
of plane 3?
Принято.
Yes, copy.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours, 23 minutes into today's spacewalk. The two cosmonauts who have been outside the International Space Station all day, Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy, are making their way back toward the Poisk module, ultimately to enter its airlock to complete today's excursion. There is only one task left on the agenda for today, the removal of an experiment cassette from the outside of Poisk that measures the effect of the space environment on a number of different materials. Already accomplished all of the other tasks, the installation of a molecular beam epitaxy experiment on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, the removal of a high-resolution camera from the Zvezda service module that was jettisoned by Zubritskiy, who stood at the end of the European robotic arm for that work, and the cleaning of one of the windows on the outside of the Zvezda service module. The International Space Station is flying from northwest to southeast across the Pacific Ocean west of Mexico. A good view of the two cosmonauts who are in the process of wrapping up their spacewalk. And at the bottom of your screen, the Poisk module, that contains the airlock in which the two cosmonauts will enter, close the hatch. That'll mark the end of today's spacewalk.
Yes, near the translation handrail. Okay, then make sure you are going to the EV hatch and take the EV container. Make sure it's actually at your discretion, either use the towels on the crew bag or the ones that are on the EV hatch. Okay, sounds good. Sergey, where are you located at this time? Are you near the DPP? Yes. We're not receiving video from your helmet cameras. We can just see an edge from the thrust camera. I secured the crew bag inside the EV hatch. Okay, and now take out the pressurized container. Copy.
The cosmonauts at the 5-hour, 30-minute mark are back at the hatch to the Poisk module, removing the experiment container for the materials exposure experiment. This is the final task in today's spacewalk, after which the two cosmonauts will enter the hatch and remove the protective ring that has been in place since the beginning of the spacewalk to ensure that no debris affects the seal around the hatchway to the Poisk airlock. Once that's complete, they'll work to close the hatch. We'll wait for an official hatch closure time from the Russian flight controllers and the Russian Mission Control Center outside Moscow, and that'll be our demarcation point to close out the spacewalk with an elapsed time for you.
So we're going to translate to the handrail. Okay. Take the container. And now translate to SKK.
This view from Alexey Zubritskiy's helmet camera showing Sergey Ryzhikov wearing the suit bearing the red stripes. You're looking right inside the airlock of the Poisk module. The two cosmonauts are completing their work. They'll be entering that hatch very shortly to begin the work to wrap up today's excursion that began at 12:10 p.m. Central Time, 1:10 p.m. Eastern Time.
In 10 minutes, there will be a significant LOS. About 15 minutes. I am going to give you some instructions of what you need to do. So currently, while you're at the edge of the hatch, and I would like to perform a brief rendering of what equipment you have. Flyers. And red inside MRAM. So we see the helmet cameras on you. OTA. And trash bag. Yes. And gloves we're going to check later. So it's going to be without, it's going to be okay, both. So do you have...
Sergey Ryzhikov in the suit with the red stripes, wrapping up the second spacewalk of his career. For Zubritskiy, this was the first spacewalk for him.
So you have large, small, and one.
The two cosmonauts will be taking an inventory of all of their tools that they used during today's spacewalk, which has reached the 5-hour, 35-minute mark.
Copy. Now continue operations. Now translation to SKK. Copy.
Первый разместил, второй несколько.
Принято, ожидаем Алексея.
Okay, copy, standing by for Alexey.
Принято, надо сфотографировать СКК в крупном
Take
плане.
a photograph of SKK as a general review,
Также установочную стойку.
including the installation bracket. And the camera.
Окей, давай твои камеры.
Alexey, what about your camera?
Включить? Угу.
Should I turn it on? Yes.
Снимает. Взял.
Okay. I'm handing it over.
Примерно фронтально.
Принято.
Okay, copy. Copy. You can end the recording. Please secure the SKK cassette and start closing it.
Так, у нас остается 3
So
минуты.
there are 3 minutes left until the LOS starts. The way we
План
expect it.
следующий.
So
Снимаете
the plan is as follows. You're going to remove SKK and place it in the container.
закрываем
Then you're going to close
внутреннюю юбку горловину и
into
затягиваем на 3-4
the
оборота.
internal
После этого переходим к выходному
sleeve,
люку.
and then you're going to lock it 3 or 4 rotations, and then you're going to EV hatch,
Перчатки и остальные элементы.
and then you're going to back to EV hatch, and opposite each other you're going to wipe down your spacesuits. You're going to use towels, and after you wipe down spacesuits and gloves, you're going to jettison those towels 10 degrees to zenith.
Принято.
После чего
Okay, copy and
СКК.
принято.
copy.
После чего
After that,
входим
you're going to ingress
и включаем
MRAM.
сублиматор.
and then you're going to turn on the sublimator dry out. Copy. Copy, turn on the sublimator after we ingress.
Да. И после
Okay, copy.
этого
After that,
установление связи.
stand by.
Ссылка сублиматора в порядка 10 минут.
The sublimator dry out will take about 10 minutes,
Порядка 15 минут будет.
and the OS is going to last about 15 minutes. So after you start the sublimator dry out, wait for the comm to come back on.
Карабин СКК снимаем.
Okay.
Термоконтейнер готовен. Сейчас, секунду, подам. Угу.
И после снятия
So after you remove the cassette,
стойки перевести в положение открыто.
move the lock of the bracket into the open position.
Принято.
Copy.
Индикатором будет наличие
И-
красной полосы на корпусе замка.
Red stripe on the lock body is going to be the indicator.
This is Mission Control Houston, 5 hours 41 minutes into the spacewalk today. Sergey, Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy are at the hatchway to the Poisk module. They'll be entering that hatch shortly into the airlock for Poisk, which is where Russian spacewalks are conducted from. They have completed all of their work for today, all of the tasks, the installation of a molecular beam epitaxy payload, a science payload, the removal of the high-resolution camera on the outside of the Zvezda service module that was jettisoned earlier today by Zubritskiy as he was standing at the end of the robotic arm, the European robotic arm. The two crew members cleaned the outside of service module window number 1 and just retrieved an experiment cassette container that measures data on materials exposure for various materials to the environment of space that was retrieved from the outside of Poisk. So with everything having been completed for this 276th spacewalk in support of space station assembly maintenance and upgrades, we are standing by for the two cosmonauts to enter into the Poisk airlock and close the hatch to complete today's excursion.
Easy hatch. Only internal. It's inside. We're just going to tighten it inside. Okay.
Sergey, Alexey, тут у нас немножко связь пробилась.
Sergey, Alexey, I think we have some comm.
Я забыл сказать,
I forgot to tell you prior to
выключить нашлемные камеры и светильники.
work with the sublimator. You need to turn off the helmet cameras and lights so they have a chance to cool off. If you would do it inside or outside? Inside, you can do it inside. At least 10 minutes. Okay, so they can start cooling. Okay, copy.
Тоже перефиксируем.
We placed ourselves near the hatch. We're pulling out the towels.
У нас, когда был перерыв связи, я так
During
понимаю,
the LOS, you ended the work with Skaka. Yes, we placed it.
Принято, хорошо, спасибо.
You placed it inside and close the hooks. Yes. Copy.
По очереди или доставать? Так, давай по очереди, наверное. Да. Сейчас. Так, размещусь. Могу придержать.
So I can hold it.
Да, не помешало бы. Угу. Держать. Вытираем перчатки.
Okay, we're wiping the gloves.
Так, я пятен не видел.
I didn't see any discoloration, any spots. Did you see any on me?
Руки в любом случае руки надо
In any case, you need to clean the hands.
Руки протираем.
Yes, we're wiping the hands.
Нету, да?
Nothing.
Там на колени одно, но
There's one on the knee, but it's just some outside pain. Okay, not too bad. Okay, I'm securing myself. Okay, I'm going to assume a comfortable position.
Так, приготовился. Отталкиваю. Хорошо, пошел.
I'm ready. It's going smooth.
Скорость, правда, больше.
They're just a little larger once it's tied up. And did you jettison the towels? Yes, everyone did. No, we are cleaning ourselves, taking turns. Copy.
Алексей, как вам после...
Sergey, Alexey, how were the others that used on the SM? Excellent.
This is Mission Control Houston, approaching the 6-hour mark into today's spacewalk. We're in a gap between video downlink capability through the KU-band system on the International Space Station to our tracking and data relay satellite system. We'll regain a video downlink from the station about 10 minutes from now. Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy completed everything on the docket for today's spacewalk, the installation of a molecular beam epitaxy experiment on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, the removal of a high-resolution camera after 11.5 years of operation on the outside of the Zvezda service module. It was subsequently jettisoned by Zubritskiy as he stood at the end of the European robotic arm. The cosmonauts cleaned the exterior of Zvezda service module window number 1 and retrieved a cassette container from a materials exposure experiment on the outside of the Poisk airlock hatch.
Even though
we're waiting for the cosmonauts to enter the Poisk airlock, they'll be wiping down each other's Orlan suits to ensure that no contamination re-enters the International Space Station. That's standard operating procedure. Once the hatch is closed, that will mark the official end of today's spacewalk. We'll have an elapsed time for you and some other statistics before we wrap up our coverage.
It's all good. Shall I hold it? Let me move this way. I don't think this is too heavy, so I'll just turn around. This is excellent. So we have performed the Jettison of the towels. Copy. We are ready for the next step. Okay, Sergey, you are ingressing first. Copy.
And with the completion of the two cosmonauts wiping down each other's Orlan spacesuits, they're beginning the process of entering Poisk Airlock.
That's it. Towards the right. Just a little bit more. EV1 is in. Copy. Alexey, you have a go to ingress as well. Copy. Translating towards the EV hatch. I have hooked myself inside the MRM2. We copy. So that's how it worked. We are ingressing in the dark, and we were egressing in the dark. Yes, right now the EVA time is 5 hours, 53 minutes. They passed very quickly. After ingressing, Alexey, so switch off the HECA cameras and the lights, just assist each other. Will do.
Телекамера включена.
Heka camera is off. The second one is off. The EHIP lights.
Включено или выключено?
Did you say switched on or off?
Выключено.
Off, OFF.
Принято.
We copy.
Есть.
Got it. Lights are off.
Есть отключение.
Can you help me switch it off?
Так.
Let me see.
Вот. Камера.
Camera.
Вторая.
Second.
Есть.
Not yet.
Есть.
Got it.
Выключили
So we switched off
телекамеру и
both cameras and lights.
Включаем сушку сублиматоров.
Copy. Start the sublimator drying.
принято.
Copy.
Переводим в шестерку.
We're switching it into mode 6.
Теплообменник.
Heat exchanger is connected.
ТО отключен.
So position 6.
Есть сушка.
Drying process
Принято.
is in work. Copy.
Принято.
We copy.
Теперь можно снять защитное кольцо.
Now you can remove the protective ring.
И будем осматривать обрез
Stow it.
и резинки.
Then we'll do the visual inspection of the hatch
Принято.
interface. Copy.
Приступаем.
Putting it into work.
Both cosmonauts back inside the Poisk airlock as we approach the 6-hour mark in today's spacewalk. Soon they'll be preparing to remove the protective ring around the hatch itself, hooking themselves up to power provided by the Poisk airlock as opposed to the battery power on their Orlan suits that they've been working with throughout the day. And then they'll close the hatch to mark the official end of today's spacewalk.
Разворачиваем.
Stowing it.
Right. Защитное кольцо снято.
Protective ring has been removed.
Осматриваем приложенные поверхности.
We are looking at the interface surfaces. Copy.
Так, с моей стороны.
On my side, from the top level at 90 is clear.
Внизу чисто. Слева.
On the left side and the bottom,
Принято.
clear. Copy.
Чисто.
Clear on my side, on the right-hand side.
Принято.
Copy. We copy. We're ready.
Один.
We're ready to unhook
Мы сейчас
the
ослабим
safety
карабин,
tether hook.
снимем 201 панелью, но люк не трогаем.
So we will work with panel 201 and remove it, but please don't do anything else. We'll be waiting for the sublimator drying completion. Copy, and I've unhooked the safety tether. Copy, we're waiting for the completion of the sublimator drying.
Sergey, Alexey.
Sergey, Alexey. Go ahead.
Отключите тумблер АСТР.
Please switch STR toggle switch.
Во второе или третье положение, чтобы сушка как бы лучше шла.
And put the handle, the temperature handle, into position 2 or 3, so the drying will be faster. Copy. STR toggle switch is off. EV2 is off, and I'm in position number 2. And I've selected 2 as well. So we are done. Copy.
The 2 cosmonauts running through procedures, both inside the Poisk airlock. The hatch not yet closed. That's coming up shortly.
P2 is nominal, EV1. Could you please repeat, Sergey? We had drop in com. I just wanted to let you know the first EV1 drawing nominal. Drawing P2 is nominal. Copy. We'll wait for Alexey's report. The same for me. The drawing is nominal.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're 6 hours, 8 minutes into the spacewalk. The two cosmonauts back inside the Poisk airlock waiting for direction from the Russian flight control team there. As you see from this balcony camera view at the Russian Mission Control Center outside of Moscow, waiting to give the go for the two cosmonauts to close the hatch to Poisk and complete today's spacewalk. And we're expecting the crew to begin the process of closing the hatch here just a few seconds from now.
This rope is here. I can see it. The EV hatch is closed but not locked, and we are rotating it. I can see that the rollers are going into the grooves. We copy. And you will probably need to use the ratchet wrench. Copy. Now we
Alexey, Sergey.
Hear that they went into the hard stop. Alexey, Sergey, congratulations with a beautiful EVA. A very productive spacewalk. And a lot of good, interesting things happened. So EV time is 6 hours, 11 minutes, 12 seconds. I'll be talking and debriefing with you tomorrow. Thank you so much for your excellent work today. Artyom, thank you so much for your training on the ground, for following us, for all the procedures, and for keeping a very positive attitude. And to the whole team on the ground, all the specialists, the ERA specialists, all the specialists who have supported us throughout this journey. Thank you. And with such a stellar team on the ground, it's really a great pleasure to do an EVA from the space station. Okay, guys, thank you so much. I'm signing off, wishing you good luck with the airlock ops and repress, and then I'll talk to you later. And the same to you, Artyom. A great shift with us. Thank you. Thank you for your support. It is straight. I guess this way. That is correct. Go this way. Sergey, Alexey, this is Dmitry. How do you read me? Good evening, good night. We read you loud and clear. That is great. Sergey, Alexey. So go to your work station, workplace, so we can go to the repress ops in the airlock. And please prepare cue card 10, step 4. And then on my go, we'll start working. We copy. We are getting the...
This is Mission Control Houston. We now have an official end time for today's spacewalk. The hatch is now closed and locked on the Poisk airlock. That occurring at 6:19 p.m. Central Time, 7:19 p.m. Eastern Time. That wraps up a 6-hour, 9-minute spacewalk today. 6 hours and 9 minutes accumulated by Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy. We'll have some additional statistics for you here momentarily, but again, today's spacewalk concluding at 6:19 p.m. Central Time, 7:19 p.m. Eastern Time, for a duration of 6 hours, 9 minutes.
Okay, there is not lit up.
Олег, по шлюзованию, Дмитрий, как меня слышишь?
Oleg, for airlock ops, how do you read me? Sergey, Alexey, while we're waiting, Oleg is working in PKO, so as soon as he joins us, we'll start working together. We copy.
This is Mission Control Houston with some additional statistics on today's spacewalk. The spacewalk, this was the 276th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades, the 4th spacewalk conducted out of the International Space Station this year. This was the 2nd spacewalk for Sergey Ryzhikov. He now has a total of 12 hours and 57 minutes of spacewalking time. Today's excursion was the first for Alexey Zubritskiy. He has now totaled 6 hours and 9 minutes of spacewalking time. The EVA began at 12:10 p.m. Central Time, concluded at 6:19 p.m. Central Time, for a duration of 6 hours and 9 minutes. The 276 spacewalks in support of space station activities has now totaled 1,746 hours and 32 minutes of spacewalking time, which is the equivalent of 72 days, 18 hours, and 32 minutes. So once again, Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy safely back inside the Poisk airlock. They will repressurize the airlock and then open the hatch to the Russian segment of the International Space Station, their work having been completed today. They had 4 major tasks that were on their workload for the day, and they completed all of them. The installation of a molecular beam epitaxy experiment on the Nauka multipurpose laboratory module, the removal of a high-resolution camera that was from the Zvezda service module that was subsequently jettisoned by Zubritskiy. They cleaned the outside of one of the windows on the Zvezda service module and removed an experiment cassette containing data from a materials exposure experiment, all of their work having been successfully completed. So with that, we will wrap up our coverage for the day. A successful spacewalk by the 2 Roscosmos cosmonauts, Sergey Ryzhikov and Alexey Zubritskiy, now back inside the Poisk airlock, having completed a 6-hour, 9-minute spacewalk. Next up, Monday night, the scheduled launch from the Tanegashima Space Center in southern Japan of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency's H-3 rocket to propel the brand new HTV X-1 cargo craft into orbit for a 3-day excursion to the International Space Station with an expected arrival on Friday, October 24th. So we'll see you back here next Monday night with our coverage beginning at 8:45 p.m. Central Time, 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time, for a launch 14 minutes later to send the new HTV X-1 cargo craft into orbit en route to the International Space Station. For now, we'll bid you a good night. Thanks for joining us throughout the day today. This is Mission Control Houston.